to watch. So highly recommend tuning in, even if it's just if we know that old mate Daniel Ricciardo is at the top, I just want to see a whole crowd of people doing shoeys.
Oh, that would be epic. Have you ever been to any motor racing before?
No, I haven't.
Neither.
Yeah, I really, at one point I thought about going down for this one, I think before it had its date changed. Usually it's a bit earlier in the year and that kind of stuff. Or it was going to be late last year, before it got pushed back to just the beginning of this season again. I thought about it. I was just hoping for someone to invite me, actually. That didn't happen, so next time. All right.
Well, let's leave on that note. If you want to invite Marley to the F1 in 2023...
I'll be there.
Hit her in the DMs. Thanks for listening to Sport and Spice. It's time to head off to the footy. We'll see you next time.
See ya.
ABC News. Good evening, I'm Andrea Neerhoff. The way is now clear for the Prime Minister to call an election after the High Court refused to hear a challenge to the endorsement of New South Wales Liberal candidates, including Ministers Alex Hawke and Susan Lee. Elizabeth Byrne has more.
The decision has ended a dispute over whether a federal branch takeover of New South Wales pre-selections was legal. Former New South Wales Liberal Matthew Kamanzuli wanted the High Court to overturn a Court of Appeal ruling which found the party rules allowed the federal branch to take over. He continued with the case even after he was expelled from the party. But the court found the case had no chance of success and refused the special leave application.
The United Australia Party says it expects police to lay charges against people involved in the egging of federal MP Craig Kelly in Melbourne. Christian Silver reports.
The UAP was holding a rally in South Yarra when Mr Kelly was approached from behind by a woman holding eggs. Social media footage shows her cracking an egg on his head before yelling abuse at the minor party MP. Mr Kelly was unharmed and police are working to identify those involved. A spokesperson for the politician has told the ABC it's disappointing an assault would take place, but that Mr Kelly would be back on the campaign trail tomorrow. The party spokesperson said they expect police to lay charges over the incident.
The Ukrainian Prime Minister says the war is costing the country more than $90 million a day. Claudia Jambor has more.
Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine has large stocks of grains and cereals to provide civilians with enough food, but he says the country will need the ongoing support of the international community as the Russian invasion continues. He says his government will work to nationalise all Russian property in Ukraine to help compensate for war losses. Meantime, Russian negotiator Mikhailo Podolyak says any temporary truce with Russia is a war postponed for the future. Speaking with Sky News UK, Mr Podolyak says virtual peace talks between the two countries have been affected by alleged war crimes witnessed in Bucha. Russia continues to deny any war crimes have been committed.
And in breaking news, Ukrainian authorities, the Ukrainian State Railway Company, says more than 30 people have been killed and hundreds injured in a rocket attack on the Kramatorsk railway station. A man accused of murdering a 78-year-old in Melbourne's southeastern suburbs has faced court. Last night, police were called to a home at Nadu Court in Scoresby, where they found a man's body. Detectives have charged a 30-year-old Scoresby man over the death. The man appeared in the Melbourne Magistrates Court this afternoon, where he was remanded in custody. He will return to court next week. An Australian man has been sentenced to 5.5 years in jail for killing a man and injuring his wife in Singapore. Andrew Gosling threw an empty wine bottle at a dinner gathering of ethnic Malay Muslims 2 floors below his apartment in August 2019, hitting Naziri Sunni on the head. Mr Gosling pleaded guilty in February to 2 charges of causing death and injury. The court has heard Mr Gosling's actions reflected religious hostility towards Muslims. New South Wales' State Emergency Service is urging those travelling for the school holidays to keep up to date with flood information and warnings. Heavy rain over several days has resulted in flooding to the Hawkesbury and Nepean river systems. About 24 evacuation orders have been issued for affected communities. The Nepean has peaked at Wallacia in Sydney's west, while a swollen Hawkesbury is creating moderate flooding in North Richmond and Windsor this evening. SES Acting Commissioner Daniel Austin says people must stay vigilant.
For many people, we go to places that we're not necessarily au fait with. So we ask you to be across the warnings, to be across your local scenario, your local conditions, to make sure that you can keep yourselves and your families and loved ones safe.
More than 110,000 racing fans have turned out at the Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne as Formula One cars took to the track for the first time in 3 years. Ferrari's Charles Leclerc and Red Bull's Max Verstappen set the fastest times in the second practice session. Australian Daniel Ricciardo was back in 10th. Taking a look at the weather, and it's been a mostly dry day around the state today and partly cloudy. Partly cloudy again in Melbourne tomorrow with a top of 26, similar conditions on Sunday and a top of 26 degrees. Monday we'll see a few showers and 20, Tuesday showers again and 18 degrees. It's 18 degrees now in the city. ABC News.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
For the red and blue true believers, they've climbed out of purgatory. For Melbourne tonight, there is a brand new flag.
After 57 years of pain, it's coming home.
The Demons are premiers.
Let's go. You don't want to miss this.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Check this out. Now we're in business. Won't believe what you're about to witness.
Hand pass to Bailey Smith. Bailey Smith, be the hero.
So much to see, so much to know.
40 out. What a superstar. That is a moment of inspiration. He loves this day. He loves this stage.
You better know it's the greatest show.
AFL. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. It's a perfect finish. The impossible angle. Sensational goal. And that's what brings fans through the gate.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
To the right forward pocket.
Pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't seen nothing like
this. Here we go. We've got a game now. We are on.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
With the talk from 55. That is the cream on the cake. That is brilliant.
You ain't seen nothing like this.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Straight in front, 50 out, whacks it straight through. The captain delivers in a big moment. You are kidding me. Oh, he's a superstar. Sets his sights on goal. Jay Harrison leaps into the night sky and drags in the mark.
How much do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Turns and snaps. What a way to finish.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Friday night footy in round 4 from Kardinia Park. It is Geelong up against the Brisbane Lions. They played a preliminary final against each other in 2020. A hot early season encounter last year where words were exchanged between the two coaches. There were suspensions. There was a holding the ball call, not paid late. Geelong got out of here with the 4 points. Brisbane were able to avenge that late in the year at the Gabba, but tonight they return to Kardinia Park, a venue in which they haven't won at since their last premiership year in 2003. It feels like one of the modern-day rivalries of the competition. At least it's in its early formations. Two of the competition's heavyweights, the Cats and the Lions, on Grandstand AFL. My name's Corbin Middlemass, calling the footy tonight alongside Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Our Grandstand AFL experts every Friday night, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. But Kel, firstly, welcome to you. Safe travels down the highway, I see.
Yes, it wasn't me sneezing. That was the old boy in the back. Mick Malthouse just had a sneeze. I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I didn't, Kel. I pushed the button to cough and I accidentally turned it on. You know what I'm like with these things? Just
Sorry.
Look,
What a start.
I can't even get my phone to work. I've got my grandson out.
No record?
Well, no record. There's no records here. What's wrong with the AFL? There's no records here. My grandson is out in the ground somewhere. I can't get him up here because you won't let him in. Yep. And now I come in, they've knocked over half the stand. So, I mean, Lingy, what are you doing down
We
there?
haven't even said good evening to him yet. The Gary Ablett terrace has been knocked down. So it's the first official AFL game here for the season. Great to be here on a Friday night. I was lucky enough to come down for several Friday nights in January, February for the women's games on a Friday night, but it looks very different for AFL fans that are walking in. It was a beautiful sunset on the highway on the way down, and of course last day of school in Victoria, so the first night of school holidays. It's 20 degrees, going to be beautiful and sunny over the weekend. So everyone was heading down the coast. So it was a, nice 2-hour drive. Nanette, when we go to the MCG, gets us in early for soup. But Cameron Ling said it took him a 3-minute drive to get here, but no invitation for dinner. So
Well, he's got the kids.
You wouldn't want to come to my house, trust me. It's feeding time at the zoo. My wife Nicole is bringing 5 kids under 9 to the footy tonight.
Really?
Complete lunatics. She's a lunatic and they are as well.
Yes, she is. Absolutely.
There is late changes before we get to our experts. So Quentin Narkle and Brian Myers are both in for the Cats. They lose Asava Radagalia, who was actually subbed out last week with a leg injury. And Tom Stewart, their dual All-Australian, the All-Australian back pocket, is missing for the Cats tonight. So all in all, 4 changes from the side that came from behind to beat Collingwood last Saturday night. O'Connor is also back. He was picked in the named lineup on Thursday, and Zach Guthrie returns as the Medi sub. Joel Selwood missing after his milestone game last week, and Sean Higgins has been rested at an advanced age. He's not in Geelong's best team tonight. Meanwhile, for Brisbane, Fullerton and Devon Robertson make their return. Sharp and is missing, and Oscar McInerney is out with suspension. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse. I'm going to start with you, Mick. You're in hot form nice and early. I want to ask you about the coaching matchup here. So the last time these two teams met, they exchanged words. Chris Scott was talking to the Brisbane Lions players at quarter time, and then as they made their way off after the huddles, you could see Fagan and Scott going at it from other sides of the benches.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
I want to get your background here. When you've had sort of disputes, I'm going to call them, with opposition coaches, does it have an extra edge to it the next time you come up against their team?
Quite frankly, it does. Look, you can avoid the question or answer the question correctly or incorrectly, and when you have... when you know your team is around about the same level, because the greatest thing about coaching is if you can beat a side that is better than you, but you've knocked them over, you get great satisfaction for your club, your team, and quite frankly, you just like to think, yep, you know what, those moves work. If the sides are basically even, and let's face it, these are 2 premier sides, not much difference between them, so the coaches will have their impact. And when things get hot or heated up like that, it does tend to stay with you. If I can just go just one of my, this is way back Footscray days. Now I say Footscray because they were Footscray then, and we just recruited Tony Bahaja, from Essendon. Anyway, so the old Sunday morning show was on, and I was walking in. I'd spoken to Tony Bahaja the night before, and he said, the day before, we just got cleaned up by us. In fact, it was a close game. We got beaten by us. And he said, Sheeds rang me last night. I said, what do you mean rang you last night? Friday night at, 11 o'clock or something. I said, you didn't take the call, did you? He said, he just wanted to know how I'm going. I said, of course he did. So as soon as Sheeds walked in, I eyeballed him, and unfortunately the cameras were still on. And we had a bit of a little bit to say to each other, and that persisted for 30 years of coaching. But if I can just say, I don't go to parties too often, but I went to a 75th party on Saturday night. The great Francis Burke turned 75. Blokes like Ian Stewart were there, and cutting sheets, and it was like yesterday. We're back into it again.
Who's the better sledger?
Sheeds is a dirty back pocket from Paran. I have that quality of coming from North Ballarat.
Who got the last word in on the night between you and Sheeds at the party?
No, we don't really. like Sheeds, Sheeds is Sheeds. Now, I just try to see if blokes I haven't seen for ages. Bruce Templing and Greg Strawn, blokes. Tony Jewell, the old premiership player. And it was a wonderful night. I've got to say, I can't believe that Francis was 58 when he played in that grand final in 1980, because it only seems like 15 years ago. It was 40 years ago, Lingy.
Wow. Would have been a fun night seeing everyone.
It was a great night.
It's still the best thing that, and I'm only in the early phase of doing this, but having a reason to get together. Now, that was a birthday reason, but when you've got that bond of premiership teammates and being able to get together, it is magical. You could go a couple of years, 5 years for me, a shorter period of time without seeing each other, and you just get back into the same great conversations, same jokes, have some fun with each other. It's magic to have that reason to get back as a group again.
Yeah, well, I had morning tea or a cup of coffee with Trevor Nesbitt yesterday, and he informs me now that there's a 30-year reunion in June in Perth. 30 years.
Wow.
We played the Great Cats too.
Yes, you did.
And
I was one of those early memories of you tormenting me, Mick.
Yeah, well, when you said about the Ablett stand coming down, I thought, is that an omen? Why? I mean, it could have been, when I look at 30 years ago, he wasn't that great on that day, particularly the grand final, but a great player, of course. But all things aside, you asked the question here, two very, very good football sides. So it matters not about the size of the ground, how the ground is. There is going to be no excuses for either side. I know that Selwood's out, I know Stewart's out, but there's an unreliability about the Brisbane side. I don't. Their forward line can be hit or miss. It has to fire up this time because the Cats will skittle them otherwise.
Lingy, it's great to have you with us. Steve Hocking's about to join us, the Chief Executive of the Geelong Football Club. But the ground, in particular, being back here on a Friday night, obviously the developments are going on at the moment with the stand missing at the city end of the ground. What have you made of the Cats, I guess, in a brief synopsis from the early part of the new season?
Yeah, hard to get a total read on them, Corbs. Their good in round one was very, very good, outstandingly good, but I wonder if Essendon were quite poor and therefore they looked better. The Swans, they hung in that game, but they never really looked in and were pretty average. For 3 quarters on Saturday night were very, very average, I thought, against Collingwood, and especially that third quarter where the Pies just destroyed them. But then you see the football they can play in the last quarter, Corbs, and you think, OK, if they're capable of doing that, yes, albeit against a young Collingwood team and they ran over the top, but to play that type of football with that type of firepower up forward, you think, hang on a second, this team is still a very, very good football team and can do some damage.
Let's bring in the Chief Executive of the Geelong Football Club, Steve Hocking, joins us on Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio across the country. Steve, appreciate your time.
No, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
The fun stuff off the top, which I'm sure you have been asked about over and over again, the contract situation with Chris Scott. We keep getting told that it's done and it's close. Is it finally signed? Is he the coach for the Geelong Football Club for the next few years?
Look, he certainly has agreed to be the coach, and we've agreed as well, and it's just waiting on a signature now, which should happen fairly soon. But, yeah, all agreed.
What is the delay?
Well, there's nothing now. It's all been agreed to, and he'll be coaching in 2023 and 2024, which is really exciting for Chris and the football club.
Are you expecting an official announcement in the coming days?
Look, Chris isn't huge on getting up on a soapbox and announcing it. I think if he had his way, it would just go. It'll just remain quiet. But that's not going to be the case. Yeah, we'll work with his manager Craig Kelly and we'll decide on that at the appropriate time.
Hock, we're here at the ground right now, and we're staring down the city end of the ground, and there's a giant hole there that we know about, of course, because of the new redevelopment. It's exciting and it'll be brilliant when it's finished. But what's the impact for this season, budget-wise and ticket sales-wise and everything like that? How big a hit is it to get to that end product?
Yeah, Kevin, look, it'll come online as a 40,000-seat stadium late April, early May of next year. Everything's on track. It's going to be a significant step change for us. It's stage 5. It's $142 million to build it. It's going to be fantastic for the region. The migration to Geelong's been substantial across COVID and coming out of it as well. So it's going to be great to have that size stadium. Capacity for 2022 is 25 and a half. And so we'll navigate that. You set all your budgets accordingly around that. Our membership's ticking along really well, and we thank everybody that's remained with us through COVID, but also coming out of that as well. We're up over 60,000 now and still growing, so we appreciate all of that support.
Stephen, Michael Malthouse, I was interested in one of your remarks that you made in regard to numbers on lists, and I was intrigued in your position with the AFL that those thoughts weren't progressed further. You said 36. Can you tell us, or tell the listeners, why you think the numbers can be reduced or should be reduced?
Hi, Nick. It's good to chat to you. Thanks for the question. It's look, one of the reasons behind that is really about there's so much money that goes into developing those players sort of from 36 onwards, and it's not only just education. It's also, at times the requirements around medical and fitness as well, bringing them up to speed. And look, it's just a personal view. 36 is the average over about a 5 or 6 year period of players used on a list. It also strengthens all those clubs in underneath and having access to the talents that potentially being warehoused at clubs as well. And with smaller soft caps. You're really then just working with the elite talent, and then it would find its way through that second tier modelling and provide a lot of opportunities around certainly on-field talent, but also around coaches and fitness staff, doctors, all those areas. You create a real funnel into the top level of AFLW and also AFL.
Yep. In fact, I'm doing my article on that on Sunday, and one of the things, and I've used your comments on that, so I hope you don't mind of using your comments there, but would it be fair to say, and one of the reasons why I thought you may have said it is because players fall off so quickly in terms of numbers. When we look around, the competition is quite skewed. Well, it's quite skewed one way, that there's already 4 sides deep in trouble this year. They're trail the top sides by 100%, 4 wins, so the likelihood is of making the 8 is pretty remote. And it just appears to me that the back end of the list, really the quality is not there. And I understand what you're saying about reducing those numbers to filter back through the clubs, but have we got a problem at junior level where we're not identifying enough players? I don't mean 1s and 2s, I'm talking about 10s and 20s, and bring them through into an elite program all over Australia so that we've actually got more to pick from, so that we don't lose them to basketball or soccer and rugby and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, look, I think, Nick, one of the challenges, for the industry is just coming out of COVID. There's a lot of 12 to say 18-year-olds that aren't necessarily returning to sport. They've really bunkered down in their rooms at home and bedrooms and so forth, and they've lost that connection to that activity. So that's going to be a real challenge, I think, for every sport, and not just isolated to football. It's right across every sport. So we need to do a lot of work, and there's a requirement of investment at that level to be able to do that as well. So I think that the AFL are doing a lot of work on it, and I think clubs recognise that as well, and they're trying to plug in community programs to make sure that participation. We've got young people, boys and girls, connected to the game, and we've got work ahead of us on that. You've got to be very careful that everyone's not rushing to the top. If it is, at what expense? Is that at community level? Potentially that's one of the considerations for it.
Yeah. Steve, you're one of the big decision makers in at AFL headquarters up until the end of last year. The COVID rules that they've implemented for this year, we know that West Coast has used 37 players in the 3 rounds, the 14 changes round 2, 12 changes after round 3. Is it threatening the integrity of the competition, and can you see a better solution?
Look, I'm very much, Kelly, again, thanks for the question. I'm very much focused on Geelong here, and the AFL are doing what they need to do to keep the game going. I think what it does do is it provides, an opportunity for that vertical movement of players, and we've certainly potentially seen some of that with West Coast. Look, I don't think it's really up to me, because we may find ourselves in that situation here at Geelong. You need to make sure that your protocols and so forth are being followed. You need to make sure that your people are living, differently to the way the general community are, and that's incumbent on us. That's an ownership piece that's been handed to clubs, and that's what I'm interested in.
What about, are you interested in your women's program? You're obviously involved in the women's program at AFL and the development of that competition, and you oversee the Cats one here. Pre-season starts in 3 months. The women's CBA talks started this week. We all know that they need more money. The question is, where should it come from? Should the men share the pool with the women? Is that the answer? We see the Matildas and the Socceroos do it. The cricketers do it. What is the answer? Should the men put their hand up and say, listen, we'll take 0.5% or 1% pay cut? Should they share the same pool?
Well, the first thing I'd say, Kelly, is it's a much bigger pool here within our sport, and it's it's okay to throw those examples up, but you're talking about a very small pool of athletes. There's going to be as many as 700 players, AFLW players on lists right across the whole competition, which is really exciting. And so the growth is there. You have a look at where it started. It's progressing the right way. Hopefully you're right. Hopefully the season does come forward and pre-season kicks in fairly quickly. I know, I can only speak on behalf of our female players. They're really excited, with the potential that they're going to have another season really quickly. So that's what we're focused on. We're waiting for the AFL to share that, and I think the growth is there for people to see. As far as how all that's going to be funded, that's something that the AFL need to solve, and I'm sure they're working with the AFLPA on that to try and understand how it's all going to be delivered, with 4 new teams coming in and making an 18-team competition, which I think is just outstanding to have so many female players being able to play AFL.
Steve Hocking, the Chief Executive of the Geelong Football Club. Steve, just before we let you go, I started with a coaching question, and I just want to finish on that similar line. This year, Geelong, a little bit of a throwback. Rather than having sort of line coaches, they decided just to have a coaching group rather than, say, a defensive coach and a forwards coach and so on and so forth that we've seen in recent times. Has that continued now that we're sort of 3-4 rounds into the season, or has there been sort of lines allocated for certain assistants?
No, it has continued. The players have really embraced it. They've embraced the changes that we've made. I said in an earlier interview that one of the things that we did do is we really have also invested heavily in part-time coaches and some development coaches as well. We've got Matthew Egan. We went big in the recent draft. We'll do that over the next couple of years. We'll continue to blend our list so that we've got experience, and we've got a middle group that's emerging and a younger group. So yeah, we're doing the coaching group are really enjoying the changes that are going on there. It's very inclusive. People are able to share their ideas and their knowledge with Chris Scott, and Chris has embraced it strongly as well and is really enjoying it.
Thanks, Steve. Always appreciate your insights. Enjoy the night.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Steve Hocking, the Chief Executive of the Geelong Football Club from downstairs.
He's got challenges ahead that are exciting challenges, I think, because there's going to be a transition at some point of some of the greatest players to ever play for the Geelong Football Club. Joel Selwood, we saw him break the record with the captaincy last week. Tom Hawkins, who's still playing unbelievable footy, but is, 34 years of age.
33, batch of 34, yep.
Thank you, Kel. Patrick Dangerfield is 32. So still with those two in particular, still with years ahead of them. I'm not saying they're finishing anytime soon. But as you progress through having some of the very best players to ever play the game, you've got to find the next generation of leader. You've got to find the next generation of up-and-coming talent who can be A-plus grade talent like Joel and Tom and Patrick have been over the years. So, but they're exciting challenges. It's actually a good place to be while you're still contending to then still start building towards the future. And the bloke who's missing tonight, Tom Stewart's been one of those examples who's turned himself into a A-grade talent while they're still managing to contend and make the top four.
Joel Selwood managed in round 4.
Yep.
What did you make of that? He's clearly sore.
Yeah, clearly sore. I expect to see it fairly regularly throughout the season with Joel. It still blows my mind that in huge Saturday night game against Collingwood at the MCG in the last quarter when the game's on the line, it's still Joel. Though his efforts in that last term last week were phenomenal. It was still, get on my back, boys, I'll get you over the line. That's remarkable given the bashing that his body has taken over the years. So, Kel, I think it's important that every 4 or 5 weeks he rests his body. Otherwise, he won't be there at the end of the season and he needs to be.
I don't think he's a bloke that's dragged Geelong over the line more often than I could ever think of a player.
More from Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up. Friday night footy on Grandstand AFL, Geelong and Brisbane. Full preview next.
Ready for some new adventures? Back Roads is back. From the macho mining town of Tom Price in WA to outback Queensland and Tasmania's Cradle Mountain, join me, Heather Hewitt, and some of my fellow guest explorers for a journey to some of this country's most remote towns, full of surprising and memorable characters.
All new Back Roads. New adventures Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
These two teams played a heart-stopper early last season on this ground. They renew their modern-day rivalry. It is Geelong and the Brisbane Lions with a little bit of extra spice. The last time these two teams went at it at Kardinia Park, it was Geelong by a solitary point. There was a dubious holding the ball decision late in the game when Mark Blitzarves appeared to be caught by Zach Bailey. The umpire said play on. The Cats hung on by a point. Gary Rowan was suspended for flooring Brownlow medalist Lachie Neale. And the two coaches, Chris Scott and Chris Fagan, both exchanged some words at quarter time. Let's see what we get tonight. Geelong and Brisbane, round 4, Friday night footy from the Cattery. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, our Grandstand AFL experts, Mick Malthouse, a man who's coached more AFL, VFL games than anyone else, and 3-time Premiership captain Cameron Ling. Now, there is a late change. There's a couple of them, in fact, here tonight. Quentin Narkle and Brian Myers both come into the Geelong team that was named on Thursday. Tom Stewart is the big out. And Asava Ratagalia is also missing. So the two subs, Zach Guthrie for Geelong and Devon Robertson for Brisbane. This is so regional footy, Lingy. In the twos earlier, in the curtain raiser between Geelong and Brisbane, it was the Cats by 7 points. They came from behind to beat Brisbane 13-12 over Brisbane 13-5. There is the northern end of the ground missing. It's a construction site with the ground undergoing redevelopments, but the two banners are on the playing turf. The full preview with Ling and Mickey. Lingy and Mick. Has anyone ever called you Mickey before?
Ling and Mickey, I like it.
That's not what I was meant to say. Lingy and Mick is what I'm trying to go with.
No, you've done well.
It's late. I've been on the road too long, all the way down to Geelong. with Lingy and Mick on Friday night, the Cats and the Lions.
Well, it's funny with that introduction, Corbs, not the Ling and Mickey bit, but last year's clash down here with that free kick decision. But even move aside from that, because it should have been a Brisbane free kick. I think everyone's acknowledged that one. The spice in the game, the heat in the game. It was two teams really going at each other, and that was on the back of the previous year's preliminary final and the result going to the Cats. One of the chief antagonists in that little setup, Mark O'Connor versus Lachie Neale. We're going to see that again tonight, I would assume. Mark O'Connor coming back into the team is a really important inclusion, and we saw a couple of weeks ago Essendon make the decision not to tag Lachie Neale and him have a lazy 42 and kick 2 goals. I would put that down in the mistake column. And Geelong probably aren't going to make that mistake again when Lachie Neale is just so pivotal, Mick, to the way that the Lions play. We talk about it often that some teams rely on a group midfield performance, so there's almost no point locking away one player. But some teams rely so heavily on a particular player in the midfield, and that's the Brisbane Lions. Lachie Neale is superb for them. He brings others into the game. We assume O'Connor goes to Lachie Neale and they try and lock that one away and then let their midfield work around that matchup.
I thought last year there are teams that just refuse point blank to tag and they pay a penalty. There's no question. I don't know whether they just can't manage or they don't want to have three. They want their three best players there for it. How do we manage it? Oh, we're going to do group tag and stuff. It's just rubbish. You can't have a group tag. Geelong to put O'Connor on the ball last year from a halfback Irish background with the calibre of players that are available to them was outstanding. It said we are going to lock the best player out, and if you don't do the same, we're going to allow Selwood, Dangerfield, Duncan, whoever else just to go and get the footy. And I thought it worked beautifully. The time it come undone. And all those you're a tagger, so you know what sort of heat goes on taggers when people start to work out, oh, there's a tagger. Now, what does he like? What doesn't he like? What sort of player can't he play on? What can he play on? I reckon I think he injured his knee, O'Connor, and he didn't come back with the same resolve. And under those circumstances, the test now will be, can he regenerate? Because there's no question, Lachie Neale loves space. And loves nothing better than to be able to run onto a free ball. And O'Connor, whether he nets him, and for the listeners here, netting basically means facing the player and letting him have to come through you, or the other one is stand by next to him and block him or bump him at the psychological moment. There's all sorts. Neale doesn't like it, so it'd be amazing if Geelong don't go with those tactics again.
And the combination that Neale has with Oscar McInerney is a very special combination. No McInerney tonight.
Exactly.
So there's an opportunity there to really lock him away, where Neale is so smart at stoppages and particularly around goals as well. He finds that goal a game type player from the midfield because of that understanding with McInerney. Now, when you don't have that chemistry, plus you've got O'Connor sitting on him smart, you can really put him away. You can put him to bed. It then pushes pressure onto who's next.
Oh yeah.
Who else?
Yeah.
Now they've got some
Lyon and Berry and all this sort of stuff.
They've got some very good players. I'm not disrespecting them, but when they have to be the absolute A+ player in the team and stand up, I don't know if they're quite the same at doing that as what Lachie Neale can.
Now, Lingy, I'm going to ask you this question, and it's not a loaded question, but when you were tagging and you had certain players that you knew that you were going to come up against and you knew how they would react, the fact that O'Connor was named early in the week, you tell me that that's not trying to get in the head of Neale straight away. Now, he has not handled a really vigorous tag in his career. Some players, and I dare say that you've come against them, you can tag them all you like, they might go from 35 to 30 and they're still relatively effective.
Yep.
There's others that go from 35 or 40 to 20 and they're not effective because they start to look over their shoulder. Where's my tag and this sort of stuff. Lachie Neale at the moment, that to me, that's sitting on his shoulders. He's going to have to do something about that and say, right, I've got to create my... And you can't keep calling on your teammate. I really get annoyed at, my teammate's quick, come and help me. No. You're one of 18. You go and tag someone else, or you block for someone else if you're getting tagged and let someone else enter into the game.
I could always tell early on, Mick, those who overthought it and it had already done their head in, the idea that I was going to come to... Because you could almost see them waiting. Is he going to come to me or is he going to come to me? Oh, he's coming to me and his shoulders would drop.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, good, this is going to be good. And those ones, I would double down on my... So I always tried to have a split of, say, 60% defence, 40% attack. I wanted to join in the attacking side, but err on 60% of defence, lock him away. When I saw the shoulders slump and that dread of, oh, he's coming to me, for the first 10 minutes of the game, I would shift that to 80% defence.
Yeah.
Don't let them touch the football for the first 10 minutes, and you know what their mind straight away does? And it's the natural instinct of a highly talented midfielder. I've got to go and get a kick somewhere, and I will go to the worst parts of the ground to go and get a kick.
Get the cheap ones.
And then you just know you've put them away.
Yeah.
So, Mick, you said some don't tag at all. Essendon, as the coach says, Ben Rutten likes to use the system. And then we saw the Giants do a double tag on Tuke Miller last week. So De Boer rotated through with him. I can't remember who his teammate was. But
great decision, because Miller is the Gold Coast Suns midfielder.
That's it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Kel, I've tagged... one of my players has tagged a player unsuccessfully, and that player has stayed on top. I've actually double-teamed him in the midfield with a tag, knowing that he was always the go-to.
Right.
So if he's always the go-to and you put two players on him, you're going to stop him.
So who was it that you put two players on?
I'll tell you, it was Masiti. Masiti, this particular... We just had... For one reason or another, we could not stop him. By quarter time, I had enough. I put two players on him at a stoppage. It knocked him over because they kept on pushing the ball where he was. And when you've got two players, they're going to get the ball.
Yep.
And I can't remember the result. But nonetheless... You've got to be able to experiment as a coach to get the best result for your midfield.
You hear the fireworks going off as the Geelong team about to burst through the banner, riding down the highway, going to a show. However you made your way, there's no place like home, and the smoke fills up Kardinia Park. As you saw you heard the pyrotechnics going off in the background, Geelong in their home shorts in the navy blue with the traditional jumper on, of course, with the hoops. Meanwhile, the Brisbane Lions, they're already out on the ground. You may have heard them make their way out in the background. They're in their jumper paying homage to Fitzroy, and their last plain jumper predominantly in red with the yellow line and the white shorts. They burst through a banner which read, "We're all in. Congratulations, Richie." Daniel Rich celebrating 250 games. He becomes the 9th player for the Brisbane Lions to reach the milestone.
Hasn't he done a wonderful job too? Because he would have been so tempted, like so many of the other of his teammates, to go home and just disappear into a nice club that's playing great footy and winning games, and he could have been a terrific player. He chose to stay through the hard times.
You are not waving to the players out on the ground. Now tell me...
No, I'm sorry. I'm just waving to my kids down there. They're just
fantastic.
They're just sitting down there. I was making sure they weren't frightened with the fireworks. But Daniel Rich had every right to leave during those times too, where the Brisbane Lions were complete rubbish and were recruiting wrong and couldn't retain any players. He chose to stay. He chose to be the senior player and one of those experienced players to see the next generation through. And he's getting great rewards for it, playing off in genuine finals and quality finals. Obviously, they want to go a step or two further. And now it's reached 250 games. Credit to him for the way he's gone about it.
Yep. We always love talking about the nature of the ground, and particularly, Mick, as an opposition coach, and maybe back to your days at West Coast, where you've got a group that doesn't play here all that often. Lingy, you played on this ground as much as anyone in your playing career. I heard Ross Lyon say during the week that if you go down the outer side, it's like going through the corridor. So you must go member side in front of the interchange as opposed to the outer side. How do you approach it? What do you tell your teams?
Well, look, I'm going to be a little bit different here because Subiaco wasn't distinctly different from this. So when you play your home games at Subiaco, it was a cigar shaped. This is the same. So therefore it presented no differences in terms of length or width. So that never became an issue. Collingwood, when I coached Collingwood, never played here. But as an ABC supposed expert, watching the game, I see sides here who are still looking into row number 10, where they want to be able to get the ball across and then bring the ball back in. The sides that have done the best here, and the sides that I've seen play well, Brisbane last time, GWS, it's number one is to keep your 6 forwards home, because if it wasn't Stewart, it might be Tui, it might be someone else who would just lay off and be that loose player. And of course, you can defend the ground because it's so narrow. So the sides that have kept 6 forwards home and got the ball in there quickly have separated Geelong's defence. And when they're separated, like any good defence, you have to win your one-on-one contest. And if you win 75%, you're still vulnerable to getting 12 to 15 goals kicked against you, believe it or not. So that, to me, is the secret, is to get the ball inside your front 50, but on your terms.
Yep, I agree with you, keeping the forwards at home. And you go through you own the corridor, even if it's going to be a battle through there. You don't have that option as the release kick out really wide.
No.
So often the ball sails out on the full from other teams. But it is one thing that irritates me a little bit, Corbs, all the talk of the ground. If you are a very good football team, you win regardless of where it is. I remember the great Brisbane Lions teams used to come down here and they couldn't care what shape the ground was. They used to smack us. Absolutely put us to the sword. Just as much, I've got to say, it irritates me the other way and say, well, Geelong can't play in the MCG because they play here so much. What a load of rubbish. When we were a good team, you went up the highway and you won, regardless of where you play. So I think if you're a good team and you go about things in the right way and you've got smart tactics, you know the strategy, all that sort of stuff, you just win.
But
it's simple.
Yeah, but poor sides they will give the ball up on the third and fourth possession. You can absolutely bet your bottom dollar the third, fourth or fifth possession will go to ground. Geelong will get it up and get inside to Tommy Hawkins or to Cameron. And that's a mistake made by sides who aren't familiar with the ground, only play here once or twice in their career, and they want to overuse the football.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. Yeah. If you're a poor side and you come here, you can get really destroyed because of the ground. But if you're a good team, and I think Brisbane showed it last year, I know they didn't get the ultimate result, they probably should have, they can come here and win, no worries at all. Forget about the shape of the ground when you're playing a team as good as the Brisbane Lions are.
They've lost 12 in a row at the venue. They've had 2 1-point losses in that stretch, including last ye's game.
Now, I was trying to look at Lachie Neale because when Geelong were doing their centre bounce work, guess who was in there?
Mark O'Connor.
And I'm looking at Lachie Neale, looking over his shoulder just to check who was in the middle. So I'll be very surprised that's not a first matchup.
You mentioned the one-pointers. So the last game here was when Max Gawn kicked the goal after the siren to secure the minor premiership.
The big comeback, wasn't it?
Yeah, the big comeback. And we did a game here last year, Corbin, where the Giants beat the Cats that night as well. Yeah. So, what was it? They've dropped 2 of their last 3 here. 2
of the last 3, and they've dropped 3 of their last 11. And, of course, this is a team that had that golden run, Lingy, which you're a part of, where they lost 2 out of 51 at the venue from 2007 to 2013. So such an imposing record during those days. Just a bit of news from around the competition. The most concerning news is out of Port Adelaide, and it's not the fact that they're 0-4. The Brownlow medalist, Ollie Wines, is in hospital still tonight with heart irregularity, so he's having heart palpitations. He was subbed out of the game at half-time last night, having played only 27 minutes up until that point. It was listed at the time as nausea and a bit of dizziness. It's turned out he's having some irregularity with his heart, so he's in hospital in Adelaide, and I think the whole footy world's wishing him all the best.
Yeah, that's a real worry, isn't it? I mean, I think it was at half-time we're starting to question, hang on, why has Ollie Wines only played 20 minutes out of a possible whatever it was? When they were going so badly as well, what's wrong? What's the matter? And when it started filtering out that it was nausea, he's just got a crook tummy. Yeah, they'll probably sub him off. But that's really worrying when you hear that still in hospital getting checked out.
And when you consider 6 months ago, they were in a prelim final. He won the Brownlow medal. He was crowned the best player in the competition. In 20 quarters of football, it's just fallen away so quickly, Mick. I mean, I know everyone says it personnel, and I listened to Ken Hinckley's media conference last night. He was so upbeat. He handled himself really well.
Oh, he does.
And the question was only one team since 2000 from 0-4 has made the finals, and he said, well, we'll be the second.
Yeah. I only know him as an opponent, and both as a player and coach. He's one of the nicest blokes I've ever met. He's just a ripping sort of person. I've never heard him once look for excuses. He just tells it the way it is, and if that's an excuse, no, it's not. That's just the way it is. I've got to say, I had them out of the 8.
Yeah, you picked this.
Because I think there's a few things about them. They're very slow in the middle for a start off.
Yep.
They're starting to fray at the edges with the better players. I don't think they're big forwards. Now, Dixon hasn't played all year, so in fairness. But he only plays well against the more of the sides that are underneath. He rarely plays well against top sides. If he was here tonight, he'd have Andrews all over him, or he'd have Stewart. Well, Stewart's not playing, but maybe Henry over him. He just doesn't. He comes out here and catches the football on the wing, fantastic, but you can't kick it yourself inside the front 50. So I just don't like this side. I don't think it's I quite frankly don't think there's a lot of quality sides anyway. Just enough to fill up the 8 perhaps, but I don't see them good enough to play off, and that's not anything to do with his. Well, I'll say about his coaching. I think that when you start to lack a bit of class, and I think they have got a little bit of class, they're relying on Motlop and these sort of players. Once you start relying on those blokes, you're in real trouble. You can't overuse the ball. They had more possessions last night than Melbourne by almost 50.
But that was a change of game plan specifically, wasn't it, that he wanted to do to sort of almost keep his off on Melbourne, and Melbourne said, fine, do it.
Yeah, and we'll keep taking it back.
Yeah.
From the Sunday teams, Jake Stringer's out for the Bombers. Doesn't help their cause, missing with a hamstring complaint. Rory Sloane and Tex Walker both back for the Crows, while St Kilda are going to debut. Pick 47 in last year's draft, Marcus Windhager is going to debut for the Saints on Sunday. Jack Hayes has been omitted after starring in round 1, so the Saints going against the Three Tools on Sunday. We're getting ready for Brisbane and Geelong. The coin toss has just been completed. Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us, as he is every Friday night in the front row. Hodgie, welcome back to Grandstand AFL to you.
Hi Corbin, hi Kelly, hi boys up the back. Daniel Rich in game 250 has won the toss. The Lions will kick to the players' stand end in this opening term. It is the most perfect night for footy down here. There's no wind. The ground is in great nick. There's a capacity crowd. It's about 26,000 they can fit in the house. And it's still 19 degrees, which is very unlike Geelong, but I am here for it. 2 monster outs just backing over the big news, especially massive after what the Cats did at selection, resting Joel Selwood. Asava Radikalia is out. He was given all week to try and get over his leg injury, but he hasn't come up. But the big one is Tom Stewart out with gastro. The decision was made late this afternoon to pull him out of the team. Quinton Narkle and Brian Myers come into the 22. The medical subs for the Cats, it's Zach Guthrie. For the Lions, it's Devitt Robertson. Looking forward to Chris Fagan coaching from down on the bench. I love watching his mannerisms. I'm about 6 metres away, so I'll keep a close eye on the coach during tonight's match.
Thanks, Hodgie. One of the budding rivalries in the game. 2 of the competition's heavyweights, Geelong and Brisbane. You're with Kelly Underwood on Grandstand AFL.
And it's the former Cat who goes in it at the ruck, but Stanley wins it down. A hurried kick in there as Rich gets a handball away, Archie. And now Neil, who exchanged a lovely little handshake with Mark O'Connor in the centre bounce. And then they go to business. The kick from Neil to half forward. It's picked up by Buse. He tries to keep it in play with an underground handball over the boundary line.
Interesting. Your key backline player that you love, Andrews, looks like trying to pick up Cameron, although he's...
Yeah, but now he's... Because Reece Stanley's charged forward from the centre bounce.
Yes.
And so Andrews taking him. Blitzarves came in off the wing to take the ruck here, Mick.
And he assumed front position and he patted it down, and then the kick hurried from Archie was smothered by Cam Guthrie back over the boundary. So pretty much from the same spot on the members' stand, we'll have a boundary throw in on the wing, Lingy.
So, yeah, the Cats clearly going to try and stretch them with height. So Stanley, Hawkins, Jeremy Cameron, all forward of the footy for the Cats right now.
Blitzarves down to overrunning. It was Lyons, a tackle. And now it comes out to Dangerfield. Quick, hurried handball. O'Connor, the Irishman, who as expected started on nil, kicks to half forward over the head of Blitzarves. Harris meets it heavily, and Blitzarves meets Harris and ducks him into the turf. He's set the scene here, Mark Blitzarves.
Well, that's holding the ball. He's come to meet the football, taken a step, and he's just been claimed.
Up it goes, half forward for the Cats. Blitzarves wins it down. There's a free kick. It's going Neil's way. He was tackled by O'Connor. So a couple of early kicks here for Lockie Neal. And Callum Archie just heaves it back like Patrick Mahomes. A quarterback pass.
Sign him up, Corbs.
Onto the chest of Lockie Neal at half back. With a hard tag from Mark O'Connor. He loads up with a contest kick down the wing. It's fisted away by De Koning. Danaher out after it, wins it for the Lions. Hand pass to Archie. Kicks a long ball inside the forward 50. Cameron down there with Tui. Tui spoils. Close to the boundary line. McCarthy keeps it alive. The Dacos effort. His kick, though, runs out of play. So a boundary throw in next to the behind post. Brisbane kicking to the players' end, which is the stand that is up and protected. The goals at the southern end of the stadium.
2 class sides already. You could just see the class ooze out of these 2 teams. Just clean ball handling.
Boundary throw in Bowen River end. In front was Blitzarves, and he's just smashed that volleyball style back over the boundary line, Cameron Link.
Cats loading up their forward line even more now. So ahead of the footies, Stanley, Hawkins, Jeremy Cameron and Patrick Dangerfield. Ooh. So 4 genuine marking targets for the Cats. They've got to get it down there a bit.
Danaher and Blitzarves in the ruck. Push, free kick, going to Blitzarves against Danaher. So he's got it in the defensive 50. Handballs to Duncan, who kicks laterally. Mark taken by Kolodjasny.
Hits the ground though, Lingy. That ball's going to come out like a rocket.
Yes.
He just guides that cautiously over the top to Atkins. Short, sharp kicking here on display. And this is Smith.
So Izzy Smith from one back flank to the other. Blitzarves takes the mark, comes Members side, dangerous kick to O'Connor, awkward half volley pick up, can't collect, head back over at Cockatoo, grabs it, dispossessed in the tackle, just paddles it out to Bailey, he's locked up, and Guthrie takes him to ground. We'll have a ball up here between wing and half forward for the Lions. Just a metre in for the boundary line, western side, or Members side of Cardinia Park. Fought the former Cat against his old team for the first time. Wins it down. Guthrie squeezes the kick away. Straight to Berry. Kicks hurriedly into the pocket, but Henry's back and takes the intercept mark back pocket for the Cats.
At the other end, Darcy Gardner's got the job on Jeremy Cameron this evening. Cameron kicking those 6 goals at the MCG to get the Cats over the line against the Pies last week. Atkins has got in trouble in the defensive 50. He's tackled to the ground, but the Cats come in and they'll help out through Myers, a late inclusion. Handball across half back to Tui. Beautiful wedge kick. Hits up Duncan, through the centre corridor they go. And now to Smith. Isaac Smith's going to kick long to Cameron. Oh, it was Parfitt rather. Got in front position. Couldn't take the mark, and when the ball hits the deck, it's all the lines there. Starcevic should be able to clear. Comes around the Members side, but playing in front and taking the mark for the Cats is Henry.
He looks into the corridor for Duncan. He's told to go. He's just going to kick short to Smith. And marks for Geelong. Swings a hand pass away to O'Connor. Back in the team. He kicks into the pocket. Too wide for Close. Out on the full. First one of the night, and it's off Geelong's boot.
Yes. They usually know where the boundary is, a bit better than the opposition, but at kick inside, it was to Brad Close on the lead. He's been excellent for the Cats so far this season. Best run of games.
Gardner long to the wing. Danaher with a big sit. Came from 5 deep. Can't complete the mark. Spills down underneath Archie. Went between his legs. Grabs it off the deck. Hand pass coughed up. O'Connor. Smith away to Parfitt and then inadvertently knocked out of play. So a throw in, 70 out from the Geelong goal. No score, we're 5.5 minutes in.
So this time the ball will spin back right in front of our commentary box here. Half forward for Geelong in front of the Members stand. Fort, a former Cat, gets it to Berry, who's tackled to the ground, tackle illegally. And it'll be a free kick for Jared Berry, who started on Dangerfield at the centre bounce. Patrick Dangerfield now coming to the bench for a rest. Narkle, one of the late inclusions, jogs on. Berry peeling around behind him is the skipper in Zorko, and Zorko goes long down the line and hits up McCarthy. An uncontested mark. Attacking side of this broadcast wing. So still a couple of kicks out. McCarthy's just going to kick, put it towards Fort, who launches himself. Thought he might have taken a double grabber there, a fresh air kick. And now the Cats defenders, Henry to Narkle, to Tui. Thought about the handball off on the outer side. Instead he kicks, looking for but unable to find Dalhouse. Good response there by Answorth, who turns around and spins and kicks, and Lyons has got it and gives it off to Rich.
Rich from the logo Members side, long kick into the pocket. DeConing hands on it, spills down to Neal. There's a free kick. There's a push. Neal was running into an open goal, but it's coming back to Henry. He got a shove from McStay in that marking contest.
What to see, though. It looked like a good contest, that one. I don't know whether there was a free kick there.
No, I'm with you, Mick, and it was a nice crumb by Neal.
Yeah.
Short kick to Tui, and Tui goes short again to Duncan. So still in the defensive 50, the Cats. We're 7 minutes in, and we haven't had a score either way. As Duncan long down the wing, Starcevic gets a fist on it. Still alive, Members wing. Starcevic crashes into his teammate Ainsworth. Ball spills to Lyons, though. Short kick to Neal, he drops the mark.
He's able to gather all class spins and kicks to Fort. So Darcy Fort, he's in for the suspended McInerney, and he's got a player out wide, and that's McCarthy. Centering kick, flying at the back, launching himself, unable to get it, trying to finish it off. Here is McCluggage. A little swiggle of the hips, and he got rid of the tackle, but it was touch, the snap. And it's the first score for the evening. A touched ball, Brisbane with one behind. The Cats yet to score after 7.5 minutes of play in the opening term.
Yeah, and Geelong just can't hold it in their forward half of the ground at the moment. Mick pointed out, if that ball hits the ground, don't worry about the tall lineup they're going with. It's coming back out really quickly. Well, it's not even getting deep. It's only just getting really shallow in their half and then bouncing straight back out.
Tui to Smith to Narkle, who marks at half back. Slow play out of the defensive 50 for the Cats. There's a lot of Quinton Narkle fans in this box, Mick, and nice to see him back for Geelong as he kicks long to the wing. Blitzarms can't complete the mark. Hand pass from Lyons. It's a second go at it. Still on the wing. Puts his head over the footy. He's taken high.
Yes, I like Quinton Narkle. He's got speed. He's got generally good use of the football. It's a wonderful midfield that he has to break into admittedly.
Oh, dangerous kick from Lyons into the centre square. Gardner got there on the bounce. Hand pass turns it over as he's been tackled. Dalhouse links up with Cameron. Kicks out to half forward. And Close takes the mark 70 from home. They're on the overlap. Pokes the kick back to Dalhouse. Drifting forward and he takes the mark 30 out right half forward for the Cats.
Well, I think Chris Fagan would be going righto. 2, 4, I count 6 Lion players. 40 metres, probably 30 metres from the ball, all holding hands, singing Kumbaya. Honestly, you could not have been closer to doing nothing than what they were.
2016 Premiership Bulldog Luke Dalhouse. He was the sub last week. Came on, had an impact late. He gets a start in the 22 here. His set shot is superb. Through it goes for the first of the night. 9 minutes in, Geelong 1 straight 6. Brisbane are 1 behind. It's the Cats by 5 points. Nick Malthouse, Cameron Lee.
Well, he did get a reprieve last week. Out of the team, and then that opportunity as a sub, and a really important sub. He came on with genuine energy, harassed and chased, and had a couple of important touches in the last quarter against Collingwood. Now gets the start, and his question mark has been his ability to continue to maintain that intensity and speed and hunt and hunger around the ball for an entire game. Took advantage of the turnover there and got inside 50 really well. But I think if Luke Dalhouse is going to lock his spot away again, he has to be able to do that sort of running for the entire game.
Who's his opponent to take that spot? Is it Myers?
Probably Myers, because I think Close has gone past both of them at the moment.
Bounce back in the centre. Both ruck go at it and have a fresh airy. Parfitt pounces. He takes off. Driving kick inside 50. Cameron sets himself. Good spoil was clever from Harris Andrews from behind. And now Answorth with the kick on the outer wing. Spoil came from De Koning over the top. And he fists that over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in right in front of the red Chicky stand.
They love him. They love his progression, De Koning. Just the way he's learned his defensive craft over the summer, developing a bit of a body now, a couple of pre-seasons.
You have to be a very good mark to outmark Geelong on the forward line because they are so disciplined.
Flick back in. Fort tries to get it down to a teammate. Head over the ball there. Couldn't quite get it. It's stolen by Narkle. A high up and under. It'll land just inside 50. And reading it best was Marcus Adams. The Brisbane Lions defender takes the relieving mark. He's going to go straight down the corridor. De Koning again comes over the top. Quick handball by Bailey, but he's given it straight to O'Connor for the Cats, who's tackled by Fullerton. And it'll be a ball up on the edge of the centre square.
Dalhouse with the first. Geelong by 5 points early. As Blitzarms reaching over the back, wins it down. Narkle on ground level is tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball. Took too long trying to usher it out. In fact, it's a push in the back, so advantage applied and the Cats are away. As Close kicks to Stanley, who skids in to take the mark. Off and running the Cats, and Stanley now 55 out right half forward.
It was just the end of the tackle, Corbs, just fell into his back late.
Stanley pokes it to the Tomahawk, slips through his hands. Uncharacteristic back pocket for the Lions. And Starcevic picks up and carries it out of play, so a throw-in. Forward pocket for Geelong. They're 1 straight 6, Brisbane 1 behind. A 5-point lead for Geelong after 12 minutes.
There was no one dominating the game, and there's no side dominating this. Neither side are dominating. It's just it's an Indian arm wrestle at the moment.
Fort from behind. Hawkins is in front. Down to McCluggage and then off to Berry. It's a wobbler of a kick. How does it sit? Can the Cats trap it? They certainly can. Holmes traps it, gets it to Buse, goes short. Kick was smothered. Great hustle down there by McCluggage. Buse gets it again, breaks a couple of tackles. Handballs to Guthrie. Gives it back to Holmes from outside 50. He launches, and so too does his teammate. Jeremy Cameron launches athletically. Outstretched arms, and he's taken the mark in front of Darcy Gardner, directly in front, 40 metres out.
Just had a really good clean run at the footy there. Just lost touch to Darcy Gardner, and the kick was perfect, and you love that as a forward when you can just get a good clean timing run at the ball. hard to stop.
Coming off his best game in the hoops, Jeremy Cameron, 6 goals, 9 marks. And he's picked up where he left. Oh, it was touched. It was touched.
On man on the mark, is it?
Yeah, he got too close to the man on the mark.
Wow, it's almost unforgivable, particularly from 40-odd metres.
So a little let off. Geelong 117. Brisbane just one behind.
Rich threatened to unleash the cannon and then just checks his kick to Starcevic. Marks back flank, hand pass back to Rich. There it is, the 60-metre drop punt down the eastern wing. Flying McStade, no mark, spills the Cats' way. Smith to Henry, took on too many, holding the ball. Free kick for the Lions, and the former Cat, Nakia Cockatoo, is going to take it. Top 10 draft pick, kicks a flower back inside the forward 50. Dangerfield scoops it up on half-back for Geelong. Gives it to Blitzarves, to DeConing. Hand pass out wide to Duncan. Off the back flank, a long kick down the eastern boundary line. And underneath it, Answorth takes the intercept mark for Brisbane.
He's been okay so far. When I say so far, he's an interesting player.
Playing his 32nd game, Noah Answorth, and he's kicked inside 50, and a mark's been taken in the pack. And it has been taken by McStay.
It just had a really simple run.
Good run.
Talk about when I was saying down the other end that Jeremy Cameron got a clean run at it. McStay had no one touch him on the way through there.
So Darcy Gardner with the touch on the mark, which denied Jeremy Cameron a goal. Up the other end, a chance for McStay. 45-degree angle. Puts it on his left. Does he guide it through? He certainly does. And the Lions have got there first, and we're all tied up at 1-1-7 apiece after 15 minutes of play here at Cardinia Park under the lights.
I know you can't say because Stewart's out, but the organisation down there wasn't there, because that was a relatively easy kick coming in. It was tapped in for someone to mark the football, and that's something that doesn't work against Geelong because they are generally so disciplined and tall enough to do it.
Tim Hodges, he was cold last week. Mick, remember he was complaining at the MCG.
Now he's got the coat off and he's saying it's near 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's a beautiful evening down there, Tim.
Don't start, Mick. Just watching the emergency umpire, he has not sat down. There's so much genuine niggle in this game. I'm not sure, Mick and Lingy, when two great teams meet, I mean, is there more on every contest, every hip and shoulder, every tackle? It feels like down at ground level that they are going at 100 miles an hour at each other.
Scores level. Stanley and Fullerton back in the ruck. Stanley wins it down. McCluggage is tackled straight away by Cameron. Coming off the wing. Ball up in the middle of the ground.
It's interesting. Geelong are really throwing their players around, especially the start of each stoppage.
He's running on the ball here, Jeremy Cameron, and just lays a tackle on McCluggage. Got him high. And a free kick at half-back. And then Cameron gives a shove straight into Hugh McCluggage's chest. What do you make of Jeremy Cameron on the ball?
It'll be short-lived.
It'll be one. Have a centre bounce, then charge forward.
McCluggage across the half-back line to Andrews. Kicks to the outer wing. Robinson goes up, tried to draw the free, and the umpire bought what he was selling.
No, well done by Robinson, because that kick was going to fall short, so he attacked it a bit harder than he needed to, and Geelong play reacted to him.
Against Blitzarves, Robinson puts it inside 50. Fullerton runs at it, and it's in front. It's DeConing. There's a pack of around 6 or 7, and DeConing stands in front of all of them, comes down with it for Geelong. He goes across the goal mouth to Tui. Last line of defence, sweeping hand pass to Henry. He kicks back to the pocket, and Duncan, left back pocket for the Cats. Scores level after 17 minutes, 1-1-7 apiece.
They're trapping them in here well.
I was going to say, it's unusual, Lingy, for this to happen.
Yeah, they're really, as soon as there's any handball or any short kick, they're pressing up on them really hard. They don't want to just give Geelong that simple outlet.
So Duncan picks out Kolajasny at half-back, and then he's going to kick in the Cameron direction. He got caught behind, just went out one-handed in the end. Quick-fired handball out there from close to Narkle. And now Dalhouse is getting involved. They've been able to move it to half-forward. Cameron to Smith. Smith on his preferred left. And it's perfect placement for Tom Hawkins. But Hawkins says, no, I'll leave it for you. And sweeping through was Tyson Stengel.
Oh, that just sums up Tom Hawkins as a teammate there. Because that's the key forwards ball every single time. But just that last second awareness to say, no, I've got to protect a teammate here, even if he shouldn't be there, because I'm the main man. Always looking out for his teammates. Selfless player.
Isaac Smith was definitely looking at Tom Hawkins. He charged out beautifully. and Stengel just floated across in front of the big hawk right at the last minute. So we'll have a set shot directly in front to put the Cats back in front. It's a poor miss.
Jeez.
That is a bad misfire. It pushes that to the left, almost at the top of the goal square. So 1-2-8 Geelong, Brisbane 1-1-7 after 18 minutes of play.
Kicked 4 in round 1, hasn't kicked one since. A few behinds last week against the Pies, and missed one he should have kicked there, Tyson Stengel.
And from the kickouts, the Lions have been really effective. Been able to get it to the wing each time really, really easily.
Zorko found Archie there, who kicks down the wing, and there's a free for McStay. Had his arms chopped by DeConey. And Dan McStay kicked a couple last week. He comes back to the corridor for Zorko, who's had plenty of it in the back half. He goes short to Jared Lyons. It's a fringe All-Australian last year. Lingy just left him out late, but made the 40. He goes into the middle of the ground for Archie.
I love the fact that I had the deciding vote on that.
Archie goes straight down the pipe to the hot spot. Blitz helps with the spoil. Loose ball 40 out from the Lions goal. Charging through Stengel in the back 50. Got a kick away off his backside. Clever from Dalhouse. Taps it to close. Hand pass to Holmes, and he tumbles a kick down the wing. Adams onto it first, though, for the Lions. Links up with Andrews, and now to Starcevic.
And Starcevic is able to pinpoint a player right on the 50. And that player is Cockatoo. He's just going to skirt the perimeter, bring it back inboard, taken by Rayner. Rayner likes something in the pocket. Danaher flew. Here's a chance for Charlie Cameron. Gives it off to McCarthy, who has a shot, a snap, and it goes from one side to the other. And the Cats player Duncan takes the mark. Last line of defence. That reliable number 22.
Gee, that's
and
a nice
what
kick.
a wonderful kick. He swings it wide to Holmes and then to Guthrie. And then Guthrie to Narkle. They've worked it to the broadcast wing here. They want to move it quickly. Narkle goes towards Hawkins, right on the 50. Played for the free. Turned to the umpire, said, where is it? Brian Myers comes in. Hawkins a little clumsy. He fell over there. And the boos from the Cats fans, they wanted the free. As Mitch Robinson strolls through the centre of the ground and then fires out the kick out wide. Cameron Marks uncontested on the wing.
He goes short to Cockatoo. 1 point game, Geelong 1-2, Brisbane 1-1, 21 minutes into the opening quarter. He goes short to Archie, who marks at full stretch. A Logo members wing. Archie goes on a bit of a run, and then from 70 out, kicks it deep into the forward pocket. McStay, juggled effort, paid the mark.
Good mark. Good mark. Double handled it, but a good mark. I was intrigued by Brisbane's setup there. They virtually occupied 2/3 of the 50-metre line and left the outer side right open. Now, I don't know whether by design or just getting numbers so that Geelong couldn't dominate the air.
One of only 3 lefties in the team for the Lions. He tried to hook it across his body. Misses to the near side. Scores level again, 1-2-8 apiece after 22 minutes.
The Cats try and keep the Lions snapping here because they brought it around the outer side, but Zach Tui's kick has been touched and swatted away down there by Lions over the boundary line.
Again, it was Brisbane just pressing up really hard. They don't want Geelong using their short kicks or getting the little handballs to release a player. They're pressing on Geelong and worrying them a little bit.
Boundary throw in front of the Reg Hickey stand. It's all Geelong. Guthrie gives it off to Smith, who's had a lot of the footy, and he delivers beautifully to Jeremy Cameron, who's a long way from home. Backing back, Tom Hawkins. That is precision passing. Absolute perfection. And Hawkins marks in the left forward pocket, only 15 metres out.
That was pretty special ball use, that. Isaac Smith, first of all, just on the move for Jeremy Cameron, and wheeled and went on the left foot. And it was perfect to Tom Hawkins. Good combination.
So the Geelong cheer squad is up the Barwon River end tonight because the Gary Ablett Terrace at the city end has been demolished as Hawkins on the set snap. It doesn't matter, there's only a construction site behind him. He puts it straight through and the Cats hit the front again. 2-2-14, Brisbane 1-2-8. There's 3 minutes to play in this opening term.
Just looking at the figures for inside 50s, 14-15 in favour of Geelong, and it's probably, well, the game is, well, Geelong are a goal in front, and the game is very, very even. You see the the breakaway from the back line. Both sides have been able to do it. It's just the finishing power. Geelong have had the better of the finishing power so far.
Well, and I was just remarking about how well Brisbane were actually holding Geelong up from deep in there in Geelong's defence. But it took from a stoppage, and once they got through that first handle, I think it was Cam Guthrie, it was wide open from there. So Brisbane are keeping their numbers pretty even across the ground and doing it reasonably well, but Geelong were able to exploit it nicely.
A couple of times I've been able to think he threw that middle.
Tom Hawkins averaging 3 goals a game in his career against Brisbane, and he's got one in the opening term here. Really, Geelong have owned Brisbane in recent times. 11 of the past 13 they've won against the Lions, just losing their last meeting, and of course that Lincoln McCarthy hanger and late goal a couple of years ago up in Brisbane. Back in the middle, Jared Lyons, a high up and under in the middle of the ground. There's a free kick away from the ball drop. McCarthy caught in a tangle with Tui, gives away a free. And Tui to take it for Geelong, back edge of the centre square. Short kick to O'Connor, all alone with the tagging duties on Nearly. Kicks to centre half forward. Dangerfield crashes the pack at centre half forward, then wins it at ground level, hands it to Hawkins. His hand pass knocked down on ground level. Umpire lets them go at it. Pack forms around Hawkins. They lock it to him. And the umpire says, I'll have it. A ball up 40 out from Geelong's goal at centre half forward.
Geelong will get the extra behind the ball too, which is a good security at this stage.
So it's flicked down there, Dangerfield, at the bottom of the pack. A Brisbane Lions player just about rode him like a jockey there on the top of his back, and Dangerfield has been pinged for holding the ball. He was on the bottom of the pack. So bouncing up and taking the free kick is Jared Berry. He's got a couple of teammates he can load up with in the defensive 50 before Rich just pokes it on the outer side. Mark's taken by Andrews.
They want the switch on here. Zorko, Adams all lining up for the switch, but Andrews is going to go long, straight down the line instead.
Where the big pack forms. Spoil was from behind. Fullerton, who was the inclusion for the Brisbane Lions this week, and he's knuckled it down, and a tangle of arms and legs on the outer side. So a ball up on the wing. On that outer side. Here's Lockie Neal. Gets the handball away to McCarthy. And up and under. It'll land inside the centre square. Spoil was good from Duncan. It spills the way here of Kolajasny. He traps it and kicks backwards to Tui. And the Cats can retreat and reload from the defensive 50.
Oh, Tui out to Narkle. It just landed short of him. Narkle can't control it. And it skids out of play. Boundary throw in 50 out from the Lions goal.
It was a really strange decision from Kolajasny. I know he would have been turning onto his non-preferred foot, but 3 Geelong players had broken to the wing in front of the interchange on our side of the ground. Instead, he went backwards a long, long way and just put his team under pressure.
Geelong by 6, approaching quarter time for the boundary throw in. Barry gets a hand pass over to Lyons. He coughs it up. Here's Guthrie away to Parfitt. His kick a turnover 2 to Rich between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Henry spoils it away from McStay. Sits up for Rayner at centre half forward. Hawks his kick to the goal square. But Duncan's back again. A trusty defender on the last line for the Cats. It's Geelong by 6 points. 26 travelled in the opening quarter.
So if Geelong can get through this initial kick here, they're very dangerous because really it's one-on-one beyond that, and this is where the Cats can cut you apart.
So the Duncan kick went wide, and Jeremy Cameron was all the way down at half-back. He couldn't mark it, so it's a boundary throw-in, and Cameron trots back to the middle of the ground. Spinning ball back in play. Stanley down to close. Handball was swatted away, and now pouncing on it is the Lions. Neal curls the kick around. Fullerton got down low, couldn't take the mark. Bailey zigzags. Berry to Neal, standing start to Fort, who just curls it round the corner and lacks a fortune because Fullerton was standing in the right place, and he's taken a mark just inside 50, and he's going to have a set shot. There's about 30 seconds left on the clock here before quarter time. So Tom Fullerton playing his first game of the year, the former Brisbane Bullets player in the NBL. He's come in for Oscar McInerney, who's out suspended. 45-degree angle. He strikes that with perfection. He liked it the moment it left his boot. And Tom Fullerton now has got his first, and the Brisbane have got their second, so it's 2-2-14, all tied up, final seconds before quarter time.
Is that his first kick? I'm just trying to...
He's been free a couple of times, Mick, inside forward 50.
Yeah.
Geelong almost letting him go
So-
because they're more fixated on other dangerous players there.
Danaher, that's right. Yeah.
And
Well, he's got a nice kicking style. I don't think he's going to get a great bit of depth with that kick, but the 35 to 40 metres, it's very effective. Gets his hands close to the boot. But you're right, Licky. It's amazing how clubs or players feel threatened by someone and they go, oh, look, we're not worried too much about that. We can always come across because they know Danaher's going to be the focal point most of the time. Interesting quarter.
Scores level again. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL as we tick towards quarter time. Nothing in it. 2-2-14 apiece from the restart. Neil first touch. Hand pass to Archie. And he links up with Andrews right on the bell. So a 28-minute quarter. Nothing between them. Two of the heavyweights in the competition going at it early in the new season. The Friday night footy in round 4. Geelong 2-2-14. Brisbane 2-2-14. A beautiful night for footy Friday night in Geelong. The goal kickers, Luke Dalhouse kicked the first of the game, one for Tom Hawkins. Meanwhile for Brisbane, McStay has one and Fullerton has one, two of their bigs up front. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and streaming through the AFL app, this is Grandstand AFL.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations, and fosters good listening skills.
Wow. That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Dalhouse links up with Cameron, kicks out to half forward, and Close takes the mark 70 from home. They're on the overlap, pokes the kick back to Dalhouse, drifting forward, and he takes the mark 30 out right half forward for the Cats. Dalhouse, he was the sub last week, came on, had an impact late. He gets a start in the 22 here. His set shot is superb.
Noah Answorth, and he's kicked inside 50, and a mark's been taken in the pack. And it has been taken by McStay. A chance for McStay. 45-degree angle. Puts it on his left. Does he guide it through? He certainly does. To Smith, who's had a lot of the footy, and he delivers beautifully to Jeremy Cameron, who's a long way from home. Backing back, Tom Hawkins. That is precision passing. And Hawkins marks in the left forward pocket, only 15 metres out. Hawkins on the set snap. It doesn't matter, there's only a construction site behind him. He puts it straight through and the Cats hit the front again. Buried and Neal, standing start to Fort, who just curls it round the corner and lacks a fortune because Fullerton was standing in the right place and he's taken a mark just inside 50 and he's going to have a set shot. 45-degree angle. He strikes that with perfection. He liked it the moment it left his boot.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sounds there at the opening quarter. We're all knotted up at quarter time. 2-2-14 apiece between the Cats and the Lions. Just before our experts, Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie, what have you got for us?
Corbin, such a unique build-up for this game for Callum Archie. Last Saturday before the game against Port Adelaide, he lost his grandmother. He decided to play in that game. In the last 2 minutes of that match against against North Melbourne, he kicked a goal and broke down in tears. It was really emotional following the final siren. The club allowed him to go back to Perth to be with his family on the Sunday, and they really left it up to him whether he wanted to play tonight. But he was desperate to hold his place in the team. He flew across to Melbourne on Wednesday evening, hooked up with the team yesterday for the captain's run. So desperate to keep his place in the team and play for the Lions, but it certainly has been a difficult week for Callum Archie.
Certainly has. Thanks for that insight, Hodgie, on the boundary line for us this evening. One of the storylines of this game was Mark O'Connor coming in for his first game of the year to tag Lachie Neale in that opening term. Lachie Neale, 7 disposals, 3 handballs, 4 kicks at 75%. He's had 3 contested possessions and 1 inside 50. Mark O'Connor, 7 disposals, 3 handballs, 4 kicks at 25%. He's had 2 contested possessions and he's had 2 inside 50s. Who wins so far?
I would give the nod to Neil at the moment, not just not based on numbers of possessions, but on influence. Neil's got forward a couple of times. If you remember that free kick too, that where Neil had crumbed it beautifully and was running into a goal, he just missed out on that one because there was a free kick paid just before it. He's had a couple of dangerous possessions. I reckon there was about a 6 or 7 minute patch where Mark O'Connor had lost him and found it difficult getting back to him because of the run of play, and he had to cover other players, and Neil got himself involved there. So I'd say Neil would be feeling okay at the moment and having an influence on this one. I reckon O'Connor's just got to fix up his starting points a little bit more. Just erring only a few percent back on getting a starting point and reading of it a little bit more defensively. But Mick, it was a strange quarter. Apart from that one superb passage of play where it went, I think, Guthrie to Isaac Smith to Jeremy Cameron to Tom Hawkins, where they just sliced through the middle. At times, neither teams could really get any great flow going. The ball wasn't pinging around as much as I expected it to be.
No, you're spot on, Lee. And cast your mind back when we had no crowd, or we had 5,000 supposed to be distributed over 30,000, but they all sat together. The stand at the end, the outward stand that's gone, and because Geelong aren't being Geelong at the moment, because, the Brisbane have done a pretty good job, there doesn't seem to be a lot of oomph from the crowd either. And I think the crowd are waiting for someone to break and something to, whether it be Hawkins in the lead or Cameron's 50-metre kick or goal or whatever. But I'm enjoying this game. And getting back to what you said about Neil and O'Connor, the thing is, the difference is here, O'Connor, if Geelong win, O'Connor will go down as a good player. If they don't, I reckon he's not being used as often because he's finding himself free a few times, and Neil has been a long way from him.
I agree. The one for Brisbane at the moment, if I was Geelong, I'd be concerned about is more Daniel Rich.
Yep.
And that weapon that he's got with his kicking. But he's setting up off the back of stoppages free,
yep.
And the Lions want to use him because he's such a good kick. So he's the one who could start really ripping it apart with his amazing ball use.
2-2-14 apiece, Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. Scores level as we enter the second quarter, Friday night at Kardinia Park. It's Stanley and Fort, the former teammates. Stanley slaps it down. Berry first disposal under pressure. Hand pass to Robinson. Lost it in the tackle. Geelong win it back. Guthrie away to O'Connor. Gives it to Dangerfield. He kicks to centre half forward. Spills down to close. Hand pass to Duncan. He puts it onto the chest of Hawkins.
That's gone 6 metres.
A sprawling mark, and he ends up almost at the bootlaces of Duncan as he rolls over to get up to take his kick.
That's exactly what Marcus Adams says as well.
Oh, listen, I'm all for it on this ground. Real estate's very valuable down here in Geelong.
Impartial.
That has gone 6 metres. That's one that it has to be called play on. It has to be consistent.
So Hawkins, he's straight in front. Kicking to the players' stand end of the ground. For the first to the second term, Hawkins with one already. He's now got a couple. Geelong back in front. On the back of that goal for Tom Hawkins. 3-2-20, Brisbane 2-2-14. 65 seconds into the second term, Grandstand AFL.
When you get back to that first quarter, 18 inside 50s for the Cats. They scored 4 times, which is 20% or thereabouts. I'm a mathematician, but it's such a low ratio for Geelong normally. 14 times for Brisbane for 4, so they're going better in terms of ratio. But it's been the way the ball has been pushed in. That was, let's face it, it wasn't far enough, but it was paid a mark and he's kicked a goal. But generally speaking, both sides have been relatively pretty much on top in the back line.
Funnily enough, that's a huge number of inside 50s for both teams in the first quarter.
Massive.
But no real value for 2 goals, 2 each.
Cats by 6 points. Hawkins has a couple up the other end. Danaher, just one kick to his name as Lachie Neale streams out of the centre, and a short kick, he's able to hit up his teammate who gets up a little sore in Archie. A little ginger. Hughes might have landed on his lower legs. Kicks wide to McCluggage. It's just a step inside of the boundary, so they're bringing it round that Reg Hickey stand side to McStay. He's a long way out. He drives it into the pocket in Joe Danaher territory. Forget Joe Danaher. Leaping over the top was Rayner, and Rayner has been paid the mark.
Well, it's good to see this kid back given it's the heartbreak of last year, first round I think it was last year. He looks bigger, he looks so much stronger, and he looks like a player now in his third year.
Goes the snap. He's kicked 1 goal, 5 this year. Let's make it 2 goals, 5. And Rayner with the quick reply for the Lions. And once again scores a level, 3-2-20 apiece in the opening minutes of this second term.
And it was really smart by him, Mick, because he knew all of the attention was on Joe Danaher again. And I think ultimately the kick was to Joe Danaher, but Rayner had the awareness to think, nobody's touching me. Just
Stay
like
off him.
Daniel McStay down the other end in the first quarter. They know the Geelong defenders are fixated on Danaher at the moment. And there's an opportunity if you come at the ball and come at it late. You'll be able to get a free run at it.
Exactly. Just stay off a little bit so your man feels comfortable he's got you. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Henry's got the job on Danaher. He's had just the 1 kick so far.
And this is Brisbane's biggest problem going to finals. Does Danaher fire up in the big games? And this is a test for him.
Scores level again, early stages in the second term as Stanley palms it down. Neil just keeps the footy in front of him. Off the square though, Cameron comes out to meet it. Neil tackles him without the footy. That's an obvious free kick. And Jeremy Cameron to take it for Geelong inside the centre square. He gets close to oncoming traffic, kicks it inside the forward 50. Gardner spoils. Dangerfield passing through, went without it. Brisbane win it back. Zorko away to Starcevic on the back flank, gives it to Ford. He's bumped as he kicked, and he kicks it out on the full as a result.
Cameron was unlucky not to get a 50-metre. I thought both players, both on his mark, both moved.
Atkins takes the free for Geelong, short to Jeremy Cameron and the famous number 5 to his fellow lefty, and Isaac Smith takes some ground and then loads up from 52 out wide at half forward. It doesn't matter. His range is unlimited. Isaac Smith pressed up against the boundary line, 50 from home, dobs it anyway. Geelong back in front, 4-2-26, Brisbane 3-2-20, and this seesawing affair continues. Cats by 6, 5 played second term.
Well, he's clearly the best on the ground. He had a very, very good first quarter. Remarkably, they hung off him. It's a real danger when you've got a left leg like he has. It matters not that your left leg is up against the boundary, because those left footers, like Franklin, they can bring the ball back, glide the ball back. Brisbane paid a massive price there. They hung off him, expecting him, one, to either short pass it or take another step, and they've paid a 6-point penalty.
So he's 10 disposals, Isaac Smith. Only Mitch Duncan has had the same with 10, so they've had the most touches out there. His kicking efficiency is at 100%. He's taken 4 marks, 3 inside 50s and a goal. So it's the Cats by 6 points. And both these sides emotionally and physically switched on for this heavyweight battle. Dangerfield went without it. Lions went down behind play trying to tackle Dangerfield, and the umpire blows his whistle. We'll have a secondary ball up on the edge of that centre circle. Fort straight down to Bailey, but he was tackled off it, couldn't get his kick away. Holmes was in there fighting and scrapping. It comes the way of Robinson. Just throws it on the boot. It lands at centre half forward. Fullerton punched it away. De Koning got first touch, and he grabbed it the second time, and the umpires paid the mark.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I reckon that was Ball's punch forward.
Well, De Koning with the long blonde hair and the headband says, I'll take that and claim that mark. He kicks it up to the wing where Dangerfield is tackled, an ineffective kick away. And then a smother, and they jump on top. And there is a sore player down there, Tim Hodges.
It's Jared Berry, Kelly. That right shoulder is heavily strapped already, but he was involved in that contest in the middle of the ground, and it's tucked in. He's in real pain when he has just hit the bench now.
From the restart, Neil gets a kick forward, makes another 25 metres. De Koning and Fullerton see it out between wing and half forward for Brisbane.
It's a big blow for the Lions if Berry ends up really sore and unable to come back on the ground, because he's been taking Dangerfield around the stoppages, that big body. They're doing a very good job on him so far.
7 minutes into the second term, Geelong by a goal from the boundary throw-in, comes to Parfitt, swings a kick across the body down the members' wing, hits the turf, they all miss it. Blitzarf swats it down to Hawkins, hand pass away to close, 55 out, open forward 50, Myers running back, looking over his shoulder, can't mark, collects in the pocket, pulls his kick, beautiful stuff to Blitzarfs, who marks in the corridor, 30 out.
The Geelong are remarkably slaughtering Brisbane with pace. leg speed is fundamental to victory in this game. And right now, Brisbane are really struggling to run man-to-man across the ground with the Cats.
There was a knock on them at times last year out of the back half. Here is Blitzarves. His kick misses out to the right. So we still haven't had back-to-back goals in the game. 4-3 to 3-2. It's Geelong by 7 points, 8 minutes into the second term.
The ball's in the hands of Daniel Rich. He's thinking of launching it. The All-Australian halfback from last year. In two minds. Now basically off a step on his left. He sets it up for Danaher, who has a nice run at it, and takes a strong contested mark, outstretched arms at halfback. Wheels around onto the left. It's a well-weighted pass, and it's picked off by McCarthy. He can get it off to Neil. Neil stripped, dispossessed. It was Parfitt that tackled that. Parfitt takes off. He might get on the end of this. No, it's stolen by the Lions in the centre of the ground. Lockie Neal with a big tackle on Duncan. Neal and Duncan go down. It's flicked out of the centre, trying to barge his way through there. It was Cockatoo. It comes back to Rich, and Rich goes short to Cockatoo, who takes the mark. Cats fans wanted holding the ball as Cockatoo tried to charge his way through a couple and then lost it. But he's able to regather it and go out wide to McStay, who's got it at half forward.
McStay looks inside 50 at the back. Charlie Cameron claiming the mark. Touch on it from Myers on the way through. Told to play on. Hand pass back into dispute. Rich grabs it. Buse got him. Ball up. Centre half forward for Brisbane.
Don't see much of Cameron at all, have we really? He seems to be stuck too close to goal, not coming out and putting pressure on.
6 touches, but 5 handballs, Mick. So just the one kick in the game so far for Jeremy Cameron. From the restart, Rich again scrapping on the bottom of the pack. Umpire says ball's come out. Close, darts away with it off the back flank. Hands it to Isaac Smith. Hooks a kick down the wing, but straight to Adams. Takes the intercept mark for Brisbane. He'll go back in the centre square for Harris Andrews.
He's got Robinson wide. He ignores him on the logo on the broadcast wing.
Desperate for someone to come to him, just pleading with his teammates. Now he just has to do the long dump.
Yeah, and he does it out wide where Lockie Neal launches up over the back of Close and takes a contested mark. And then the fumble from the player that was charging past in Answorth. So Neal with the little give and Answorth with the fumble.
Oh, they've given a free kick away here. I reckon the umpires just got sucked in there. Brad Close got in Answorth's face.
And Answorth responded.
There was a little tangle, but I think Brad Close made the most of it. So the umpire bought it.
From a 50-50 boundary throw in, instead it's Geelong. Quick couple of kicks, and they've got the switch onto the outer side here, rather than the out near side where Kolodjasny's got it. Short back into Myers. Handballs round. Gives it to his teammate in Holmes. Holmes dumps that kick to centre half forward. It's picked off by Starcevic. Starcevic has got a runner out wide if it sits here for Lions, and it does. The gather, the steadies, off to Cameron, who then launches the kick over the top. Archie had to go back with the flight, and De Koning, eyes on the footy, charged through and took the mark and kicked it on the outer side.
He wanted Close. He was in a 2-on-1. Close went to ground and the numbers went out. Lions to Answorth. Short kick for Brisbane. And Charlie Cameron takes the mark. 70 out right half forward, looks inside the forward 50. Danaher the target. Blitzarves gets back, whacks it away. Non-controlling umpire says a hold. Free kick Brisbane and a shot at goal for Big Joe.
I didn't see that one, Corb, so I can't help you out at all there. I think even the players were a little bit...
Hold or arms?
Maybe a grab of the jumper.
Well, you know those ones where they're both holding each other's jumper.
But no...
Up in the shoulders.
Neither were inconvenienced by it.
No.
So they're the ones that probably should just let go.
Joe, across the body, goes through post high, straight through the middle, into the construction site. And Joey Danaher has his first of the game. Back to a 1-point ball game. It's Brisbane 4-2-26, Geelong 4-3-27. 12 played second term.
When I said Cameron,
Sorry, you thought I meant...
Yeah.
You were thinking
Jeremy.
Cameron. You were thinking Charlie. I was thinking Jeremy.
Yeah,
but you were thinking Charlie.
No, I was thinking Charlie because I'll say why. Because I'm trying to work out how Brisbane are going to kick 14 goals or 15 goals.
Right.
Because I think they'll need that many. Geelong have got them all over the place. But when you look down there at Danaher's just kicked his first, I'm thinking Charlie Cameron has to get involved to give support, if you like, secondary, third report, because at the moment his possessions are either very, very deep or very, very too far out.
Goal for goal arm wrestle here, Friday night footy grandstand AFL. It's brilliant to watch. It's the Cats leading by 1 point, but it's the Cats taking it out of the centre and Dowhouse marking in front at centre half forward in front of Zorko. His eyes are darting. Is he going to go long or short? He's just going to pop it up to a contest in that left forward pocket. Gardner going back. Here's a chance for the Cats. Kicking the snap around his corner. It's Stengel. Stengel with a little slice of magic. And he threads that kick from that left forward pocket onto his right boot. Falling back off balance. And it's a great goal for the Cats. And they skip out to a 7-point lead. 5-3-33, Brisbane 4-2-26.
Well, it started the centre bounce. Cam Guthrie really proactive, really on the move, getting it off the ruckman's hands and the quick kick forward. It's been a pretty common occurrence so far tonight, Mick, from both teams, where each team's had a player just really on the bolt.
Yeah.
So often, even if you're the hit-to player, you kind of tread water a little bit. You don't want to get too far past it, so you kind of at a bit of a jog, take the ball and then you go. Tonight, both teams have had that player just prepared to just get on the fly.
Yeah.
And it's worked a few times.
And then it's worked once, does it, Wingy? Because the ball's in your front 50.
Goals have alternated all night. Geelong by 7 points. 14 played in the second term. Back in the middle. Blitzarves comes down with it out of the ruck contest. Squeezes a kick to the wing. Max Holmes, first one there for the Cats. High up and under at the centre square. Flying for it, Bailey. No mark. Follows up. Hand pass away to Fullerton. He's ducked in a heavy tackle. Geelong win it back. Here's Narkle under pressure. Hand pass stolen away by Bailey. Inside the centre square. Kicks it deep forward. Kolajasny shook his opponent. Gives it to Duncan. Had to trap it around his back. His kicks a turnover. Cockatoo back with it. Turns it over by hand. Geelong in defence. Kolajasny by hand to Atkins. Now out to Tui. And he kicks to the back flank for Dangerfield.
Dangerfield's got a bit of space, but he sprays that. It was a little casual, and it's been picked up here by McCluggage, who's dumped into the turf by Blitzarves. That's one of the best tackles that you'll see. The bigger man getting the smaller man in McCluggage, and Blitzarves takes off, gives it to Holmes. They're going around the outer side to Stengel, who stabs that pass over the top of the intended target in Dalhouse. But Close was there to mop up. In his long sleeves, he had to get down really, really low and pick it up just off the top of the turf. Close is marked in within range, Lingy.
Cal, that's when you Stengel. You claim, no, I saw Close. I didn't want to go the shorter one to Dalhouse. What are you talking about?
Gee, they're getting the ball inside front 50 very, very cleanly. Geelong really cleanly, and that's danger for Brisbane.
Well, the number 45 back in fashion, back in vogue. 2 goals in the first round, 4 in the second, 1 last week, but he hasn't got his kicking boots on tonight. And that is a miss, and he looks down and shakes his head. 34 plays 26. Cats lead it. Hodgie on the bench.
Jared Berry has got the ball right now, right on cue. He is out there with that right shoulder. It is still tucked in when he runs around. He is still not anywhere near 100% fit.
Played only 11 games last year with groin and hamstring injuries, and now an injury in the top half for Berry. Kicks off the back flank here in the Danaher direction. Henry went early, and Danaher takes the chest mark. He's 65 out, but we know he's got it in him. He loads up and kicks it to the top of the goal square. McStay, great use of the body. Just edges to Koning underneath it, leaps back and takes it at full stretch, in line with the goal square.
Yeah,
perfect kick, wasn't it?
Well, Danaher, we've been critical of Danaher, but that was a fantastic mark for a start off and played on because Geelong get their numbers back, so he needed to get in there quick. Very, very well done.
McStay, slide angle, 10 metres out, kicks it skiddy, but just sneaks it through. That's what he wanted. And this seesawing contest continues. Goal for goal at Kardinia Park. We haven't had consecutive majors all night. Geelong are 5-4, Brisbane are 5-2. McStay with his second, 17 minutes into the second term. Cats by a couple of points.
And it shows that sort of passage of play. You take a bit of a risk at half-back, and there was a few little moments there where Geelong nearly got it, but Brisbane were able to break through. Once you're through and you've kept your forwards at home, you can score. And as you said, Mick, terrific mark by Joe Dano, but then he wheeled and went and the kick had enough depth on it where McStay, who's got the body strength advantage on De Koning,
and
just hold
experience.
him under the ball and take a simple mark in the end.
Just watching Smith, how he goes about his work. He does sit the defensive side of every stoppage, and no forwards come up pick him up. It's an invitation for a free kick.
Halfway through the second term, and it's Geelong by 2 points. It's a fascinating battle, and once again the Cats out of the centre, although Narkle with a fumble when he was charging towards centre-half forward. Now a 50-50 ball. Fullerton had it. He was tackled by Dangerfield, swatted down there by Stanley, straight to Narkle, who goes short to Dalhouse. He's got it at true centre-half forward. Wedges the kick over the top, looking for Hawkins. Harris Andrews with the fist down. Cats able to mop up. And Cameron with a clever kick around his body, but he couldn't find the target in Guthrie. It's chopped off by Zorko. He goes short to Berry. Berry's passed it off to McCluggage. Kick was spoiled. McCluggage got it again. He's handballed straight to the Cats. Swooping on it is Buse from 50 metres out. And Buse makes the pay. And for the first time tonight, the Cats go back to back. And Buse been able to finish it off from 50. And the margin back out to 8 points. Geelong 6-4-40. Brisbane 5-2-32. Not back-to-back quite. I got excited there for a minute, Corby, because, of course, McStay kicked just one down the other end a moment ago, and we continue to go goal for goal.
Just little mistakes, just hand pass, short kick, and what ends up happening, the players that want to receive going past get found out, because when that ball got turned over, Geelong had 3 players running towards goal, and Buse could take his time and nail a lovely goal. He does it quite frequently as a halfback, but Brisbane have got themselves to blame for poor ball handling.
Equal biggest lead of the night, Geelong by 8 points. It's been that sort of game. As we tick into time on in the second term, there's a free kick here in the middle. It's going Darcy Fort's way for a trip. And he lays it off by hand to Zorko. Kicks to centre-half forward. Joe out to meet it. And Danaher marks in front of De Koning. Centre-half forward for the Lions, 52 out.
He's starting to get into the game now, Danaher. He's now running onto the ball as opposed to worrying about trying to take the big pack. He's taking big marks, but a lot of them now coming out to meet the football. And they're very hard to stop. Geelong being disciplined in the air. When you lead out like that, you generally only get one opponent.
Joe Danaher with that raking left boot from just outside the 50-metre arc. That is smoking. Joe bangs it through from outside 50, and it's back to a 2-point game. The trend continues. Goal for goal through the first 12 of the night. Geelong 6-4-40, Brisbane 6-2-38, 21 played second term.
Feel like we're repeating ourselves a little bit, Mick, but once you break through, there are genuine opportunities to score. There shouldn't be any mucking around if you've taken that little risk at half back to go quickly, because at one end, Joe Danaher and the forwards, I reckon they're starting to feel good about themselves. Yeah, Daniel McStay as well. And down the other end of the ground, I reckon the Cats forwards are feeling the same thing as well. So they want it in quick, and the midfielders are obliging at the moment.
This is an absorbing, engaging arm wrestle that we're watching at the moment, Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, I just want to watch this contest on the wing here. Robinson and Smith. Smith's clearly best. Whether Robinson, now, it looks like Robinson's going to man him up, I'd say.
Cats by 2 points. McCluggage with the kick out of the centre circle, and he's kicked it straight to Atkins. Cats player playing down back. Short to Colin Jasny, who goes short by foot as well to Duncan. They've worked their way to in front of the Reg Hickey stand at half-back. Duncan then goes down the wing, and launching in front was Blitzarves. Takes the mark despite a little bit of pressure being applied by Fort from behind. Blitzarves wants to go on with it. That's a penetrating kick. Oh, how good was that kick? Silver service to Tom Hawkins. It doesn't get better than that for Big Tom.
No, and the ball use outstanding, Cal, you're right, and the forward craft of Tom Hawkins, that's why he's one of the best in the game still. He held off a quality opponent there. He knew exactly where that ball was landing. He didn't rush, just held him off long enough to then step forward and take a simple chest mark. That is superb forward craft.
High quality game between two heavyweights. Adams the man on the mark, a couple of steps in from the boundary in the left forward pocket. Hawkins launches There is no substitute for class. Hawkins has got 3. Danaher's got 2 down the other end. And we've got a battle that we love watching unfold before our eyes this evening at Kardinia Park. Geelong 7-4-46. Brisbane 6-2-38. 7 minutes to play before half-time.
Mick, it's a sign of 306 games of experience of being the key forward, isn't it? Because a young forward there thinks, oh no, that ball's dropping short, and goes early, which allows his opponent to come with him early and it gets spoiled, or it's a really, really difficult mark to take. Tom just calmly, as though he's having a kick in the park, just hold him, step forward, easy chest
and
mark.
he's no mug, his opponent either. Very strong player. How long have we waited for a game where you've got great forwards? Now I've said it about Danaher, but tonight he's been right on song. And what it's saying, get the ball in there because the forwards are going to run amok.
Geelong by 8 points. Hawkins with 3. Free kick in the middle. Neal tackles O'Connor high. Cats by 8 points. And despite the fact the first 13 goals have alternated, we haven't had more than one lead change tonight. As Cameron links up with Tui, kicks inside 50. Gardner spoils down to Berry, pushed off it by his opposite numbers, Smith. Charging through Stengel, forward pocket for the Cats, tackled, dispossessed. Comes to Rich. He kicks it out of the defensive arc, close to the boundary line, and Colin Jasney happy to see it over. So a boundary throw-in on the eastern wing. Cats by 8 points. The only lead change was when Dalhouse kicked the first goal of the game to put Geelong ahead. It's been even on 4 different occasions, and the Cats lead it by 8. The first 13 goals alternating the whole way through.
Boundary throw in on the eastern wing. Fought straight down to Neal, and then O'Connor's got Neal in a tackle.
Gee, there are important matchups everywhere in this game. Crucial little ones. If Neal breaks open from O'Connor for a little bit, it'll have a huge influence.
Niggle. Fought into space. Isaac Smith's there. Darts around 1 and 2. Handballs to Blitzov. Standing start. These monsters are inside 50. It'll bounce here. Oh, there's a free kick off the ball. Against the Cats, rather. Against Jeremy Cameron at the top of the goal square. Cameron and Hawkins couldn't get there to take the mark, so the ball bounced. But Cameron was deemed to be holding on to Gardner. And once again, Mick, it was one of those 50-50 calls where they're both holding each other's shoulders and jumper.
Oh, I would almost go 75-25 in Cameron's favour. I thought that was really hot that he lost that ball.
Answorth short to Harris Andrews on the back flank. He kicks down the wing. Berry. Hodgie mentioned his shoulder problems. He didn't put his hands above his head to try and mark that. The ball carried his head and one bounce out of play, so a throw-in on the eastern wing.
I'm not sure he can.
Yeah.
I was going to say, am I showing my ruthless side? But I'd be making sure you really tackle Jared Berry for keeps in the next 5 minutes.
That is ruthless from you, Lingy. Is for the boundary throw-in. O'Connor to Smith. Kicks to Dangerfield. A little fumble. Now he's under pressure. Gives it to Blitzards. Away to Guthrie. He's tackled out of play. A throw-in 60 out from the Cats goal.
Nothing illegal, of course, Corbs. But if you tackle him and you tackle him hard, he's choosing to stay on the field.
Must have Mal Michael and one of the Scott brothers on Nick Revolt.
Yeah, that might have been stepping over slightly. But if you get the chance to tackle a bloke with a sore shoulder, you do it well.
Seems like such a nice gentleman, Cameron Link. On the outer side, it's a loose ball. Swooping on it here is De Koning. Gets it to Atkins. Spun around in a tackle. Handball clear to Duncan, who's met heavily by Berry with that dodgy shoulder. And then Berry gets up and just tosses Duncan aside. I think you can hear you, Lingy. He's saying, look at me. I'm testing out my shoulder here. I'm as tough as tough.
I've dropped that Robinson's not on Smith, which is I find absolutely amazing. Smith's now found himself with acres and acres of room.
Ball tossed in on the outer side. A hurried kick out of there by Bailey. De Koning has to get down low to trap it. Has a second crack. Robinson comes in, makes sure he doesn't get hold of it. Now the ball falls his way to De Koning. Off to Myers by hand. And now to over the top to Duncan. Duncan can use Smith. Comes back into Holmes, and then Holmes short to Stengel. Like the look of this promising build-up. Stengel into the pocket, and sliding on the end of it is Jeremy Cameron. He does a somersault over the boundary line. And he's in the right side for a left footer. Right forward pocket. Doesn't waste any time. Wheels around, and has he poked it through? He's missed. Just missed. Didn't want to think about it, did he? He played on quickly, the spinning ball. just fell the wrong side of that giant stick at the southern end.
Rich gives it a whack on the kick out to Fullerton, spills the mark under pressure, links up with Robinson by hand. Hand pass out wide to Zorko, kicks down the wing. Duncan reaching, got a hand on it. Spills back to McCarthy. Hand pass to Archie, to Cockatoo, back to Archie. Arches the back, pushes off Atkins, kicks to half forward for Brisbane. Charlie Cameron and Henry both backing back. Cameron keeps his feet, then handballs it straight out of play. That's got to be deliberate, and it is. And Charlie Cameron coughs it up. He knew that was coming. Jed Buse will get the free. At half-back, he was being tackled on a 2-on-1, looked straight at the boundary line and dished a hand pass over the line. And a little chuckle at the umpire, knowing what was coming. The Cats off the back flank. Buse kicks down the line, and Answorth, only man up, knocks it out of play in front of the benches. It's Geelong by 9 points, a new game high, which indicates how close it's been throughout. All 13 goals, it's alternated. We haven't had a single team kick back-to-back goals tonight. 28.5 minutes into the second term, Geelong by 9.
So Fort down to himself, a handball to Neil, a handball to Robinson. It's a free in there for Too High. It'll go to Darcy Fort in the ruck. We'll slow on the call. It's just going to kick sideways a little bit backwards to Answorth on the edge of that square. And then laterally to Adams, who's got himself in a bit of space on the outer wing. Spots something he likes further up the ground. Berry needs to mark right up against the boundary line, and the mark won't be paid. Out of bounds. So can the Cats torch them here on the turnover? Short kick comes to Myers, and he's held up. Peeling off around behind him was the Irishman and Tui. Myers ignores that. Goes for a bit of a dash and then kicks up, and Dangerfield really had to work hard to get in front of Adams. Take the mark, give it off to Smith, and Smith in the blink of an eye has hit up Blitzarves, charging out from the centre square, and Mark Blitzarves takes the mark well within range on a 45-degree angle.
Oh, forwards love that, what Patrick Dangerfield just did then. He didn't even hesitate, gave the handball straight away after he took the mark. Just means they can catch their defender out, make a move on them, and all the time and space. Great play.
So as we close in on half-time, a chance here for Blitzarves to give the Cats back-to-back goals. No.
Is it going to happen or not?
Hangs it out to the left. I'm on it, aren't I?
Well, the Cats have got more points, so going like that, that means they'll win.
7-6-48. Brisbane 6-2-38. Margin is 10 points.
I feel like, Hell, you're calling all the Geelong goals, I'm calling all the Brisbane
goals.
Well,
it's because we're alternating.
Correct. It's even we're rotating it through tonight. It's Rich from the kick out, long ball to the wing, and a mark taken for Fort. He was the last man left standing as Dangerfield went down in front. And it's dead quiet when the Lions have the footy and start any kind of build-up. He goes short to Robinson. Robinson kicks it 3 metres to Danaher. Kicks a helicopter to half-forward McCarthy. Takes the mark on his chest. Another former Cat playing against his old team. He chips it to Archie, who marks it left half forward. 40 out. He's 2 metres in for the boundary on his left.
He's just having a little look around. Joe Danaher was trying to shape to get into position there, but Brandon Parfitt was onto it, and Brian Myers, they've covered him now, and Archie will go back and have a shot from... That's where Gary Rowan nailed one from, wasn't it?
Kicking to the construction site. He's tugged it to the left. And then the unlucky to sneak it through for a behind. Just in the theme as well, there's a guy sort of collecting the footy in the construction zone who's wearing the Eureka flag on his T-shirt. He's got a high-vis vest open, a big long grey beard, and also has the white stack hat on with the light on top of it.
He's gone the late shift tonight. He's doing the short straw.
He's there to collect the Sharons.
Oh, I don't know. That's not a bad spot to be working. Just directly behind the goals, collecting footies, front row seats. He scored that well.
So the kick in from the Cats was punched over the line. Boundary throw in here. Half forward for Brisbane. Fort down. Robinson tackling. And Bailey falling over. Blitzard's making sure he's not going anywhere. The umpire doesn't want to waste any time. He's going to throw it up in the air. Getting close to half-time. Parfitt with a fumble. Parfitt, can he regather? Atkins trips over. Both went for the same footy in the end, and then Bailey comes in and he's tackled by Atkins.
Daniel, sorry, Mick.
No, I was going to say, I've got to say, Geelong got a better setup here. really Brisbane are taking a big chance here because they've got lack of numbers.
So Holmes just tosses it on the boot in plenty of congestion. Going without it was Stanley. He went in hard. Now a chance for Robinson. Stanley goes again. Stanley's a madman down there at the moment. Still they go. Rich gets a kick away, but because of the tackle applied by Stengel, the kick went out of bounds on the full. Right in front of us down here. And Zach Tui receives the free kick.
Geelong by 9 points, 33 minutes played in the second term. A long 60-metre drop punt down the wing. Andrews at the drop, can't mark, spills to Stanley. He sockers it inside 50. And Gardner's the man back, taking the mark 30 out from his defensive goal line. But that'll do us to half-time. The Cats 7-6-48, Brisbane 6-3-39. It is a 9-point advantage for the Cats. Goals have alternated the whole way through. Just the one lead change, but the score has been even on 4 different occasions from the start. And at half-time, Geelong by 9 points Friday night in round 4. Off the SMS, the number is 0437 774 774. Would love to hear from you. Mikey in Bendigo. Hi, guys. Listening whilst camping in Canawindra in New South Wales for the Hot Air Balloon Festival. Listening to the rain on our tent and loving the call. Go the Lions. Thanks, Mikey. Nice to hear from you. From Glenn and Tara. On the Cats in this one, a mild night on the Western Darling Downs in the delightful town of Tara. Big Cats fan here, playing guitar while listening to your call. Always interesting, fascinated to hear what our listeners are up to and how they're taking in the footy on a Friday night. Brilliant. Malthouse working his magic. Thank you, everybody, from John, Bob, Sam and HP. Top ABC Friday night footy. Go Lingy. Usual great call listening on Sydney News Radio. Go the Cats. Regards, Grant from Gudgegal land. Nice to hear from you, Grant, and everyone else off the SMS. 0437 774 774. Cats by 9 at half-time. A warm applause as Geelong make their way down the race beneath us. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on Grandstand AFL.
You remarked at quarter time, Mick, about the inside 50s and high numbers of inside 50s for both teams. In fact, not many scores, 2 goals, 2 each. Different in that quarter. Very, very different where less inside 50s but much greater efficiency. Once the ball sliced through, the forwards were feeling really good about themselves. And ultimately it was Geelong who had the slightly better quarter and maybe missed a couple of easier opportunities they should have nailed. But both teams would actually be feeling good about when they get through and their forward line's ability to get really, really dangerous.
Well, I totally agree with you, Lingy. The only thing I would say they will feel good about themselves when they break through, I would say that Chris Fagan would be feeling very nervous about when the ball is, say, on their forward line 50 to 60, so near enough to have a shot, loose football, because when that happens and Geelong win the ball, I feel that Geelong are going to score. Even though they're another 2/3 of the way to go, they just look better equipped. Their forward line, and maybe this is the experience of Hawkins and this sort of stuff, but they just look like one of them is going to be on the end of a mark, as distinct from, say, Danaher come in and have to take a good mark. McStay has to take a good mark. Rayner has to do the same. The only thing I'll say is, which I am absolutely astounded with, I don't know what his stats are, but Isaac Smith
15 disposals
is clearly
and a goal
at quarter time best. He is best now. One of the stoppages I saw, Mitch Robinson go across to him and thought, right, he's not even going to go into the centre bounce here when that ball bounces. He's going to stay on Smith. This looks like it could be a lockdown. It dissipated. It virtually went, oh, I'm with him. He's not getting the possession. It was 3 to 4 minutes. All of a sudden I see Smith sitting behind the pack as a defensive winger, where you love your winger to get, particularly if their forward doesn't come up. This is when one time when your forward from your opposition must come up and match up with that winger and don't let him get a free ball. But that's why he got his goal.
And can I tell you what I think happened in that moment? Isaac Smith used all of his 238 games of experience. Sorry, more than that. 238 games of experience, and said, I'm just going to jump to the other wing. And Mitch Robinson just copped his lot and said, "Oh, okay, he's gone to the other wing. Well, I won't do it anymore."
No,
so clearly not
an
instruction of a hard tag, but just no awareness to say, actually, you know what, I need to take responsibility for him for 10 minutes.
And how many games has Robinson got?
Mitch Robinson's got 235 games of experience.
Okay,
so he needed to adjust and coach himself on the field and say, until we get into half-time, let me just take responsible for Isaac Smith, who's been best on ground.
Yeah.
And then I'll get some instruction from Chris Fagan at half-time. Do you want me to stick with that matchup, or do you want me to hold my position on the wing? And Isaac Smith freed himself up beautifully. He sent Brian Myers, the more inexperienced player, and said, you jump on that wing, I'm over on that wing, and I'll get the game back on my terms, and was effective again.
So from that, the deduction from that is that there was no instruction per se to say, sit on Smith. I don't know what they're going to do. Look, if you're sitting in it, we see it up here. Chris Fagan coaches from the boundary. Now, the stats in front of him, you can see the goal kicked and you can see him sitting behind a pack. Who is sitting up top making these decisions? I don't know. I'm not. This is not about Brisbane's hierarchy or how it's set up. But if they don't sit down at half-time and go, where are these goals coming from? Who's the link player? Have we tagged before? Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. I think they tagged with Robinson, but not Mitch Robinson, but what's his... Devon Robinson.
Yep.
But what they've got to do is start to work it out. What are we going to do? Because we can't let this winger, who can kick the ball 60 metres plus anyway, and one of the things about the Geelong forward line is it's very open. You look at it and you go, well, Hawkins has got space in front of him. Cameron's got space in front of him. Close has got space in front of him. The only way we're going to stop that is to stop the source. And at the moment, Smith's clearly the difference between the two teams.
Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, our listeners are pretty sharp. I mentioned the man in the construction site, Eureka flag on his shirt and wearing the high biz with the long beard and the stack hat on. SMS from Dave in South Freo says, does the man in the construction site get a signed jumper every time he returns the ball? Obviously referring to the guy that took the buddy ball a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And got a haul for it.
Well, the only difference is if he's half smart and they bring out the Ross Faulkners, and what's your name, son? Oh, it's my name. It's my footy, Ross Faulkner. But no, we have the Tom Sherrans.
Do you know what I think with that gentleman over there? He has been working for a long, long time. He knows the right people at the construction company and the unions have got it all sorted. He's like, wink and a nod. I'll be working at Cats home games. Thank you very much. I like the front row seat, and I'll get paid to just wander up and down the construction site and watch some footy.
Yeah.
Clever man.
Now, my other question for you, Mick, you are a Hall of Famer, 3-time premiership coach, premiership player, great of the game, coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history. It's my absolute privilege to get to sit here and work with you every Friday night.
I can feel. You want me to go and get the pie for you, do you?
I can feel a butt coming here.
How are you sitting here working this game in the box with an NRL notepad? The opposition game, you're writing down your notes on a NRL.com
I'll tell
page.
you why. I'll tell you why, because Lingy, knowing everything about this ground and everyone in it, he has not been able to secure an AFL record.
Footy record.
And he's been everywhere. He's got his sons down in front trying to scounge one. The Channel 7 boys who he works for, they can't give him one.
I tried to sneak in there and steal one from that box, and there's none in there.
So actually, when I think of this,
the opposition code.
I normally like to have the record so I can do my little bits and pieces, my own little bits and pieces on it. But who's leading today in the NRL? We've got a score up there.
I'll give you one on the other side of the latest from the ABC newsroom, which is coming up. It's halftime here, Friday night footy at the Cattery. Geelong by 9 points. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Rail officials in eastern Ukraine say at least 30 people have been killed in an airstrike on a train station in the city of Kramatorsk. The BBC's Will Leonardo has the details.
The governor of the Donetsk region says thousands of people were at Kramatorsk station waiting for trains to take them to the relative safety of central and western Ukraine. The station had been an important location for the evacuation effort from the Donbass ahead of an expected renewed push by Russian forces. The governor says dozens were feared killed or wounded in the rocket strike. Journalists at the scene have reported at least 20 dead. Distressing pictures on social media show a huge plume of smoke rising above the station and what appear to be dead bodies surrounded by luggage.
The way is now clear for the Prime Minister to call an election after the High Court refused to hear a challenge to the endorsement of New South Wales Liberal candidates, including Ministers Alex Hawke and Susan Lee. Elizabeth Byrne has more.
The decision has ended a dispute over whether a federal branch takeover of New South Wales pre-selections was legal. Former New South Wales Liberal Matthew Kamanzuli wanted the High Court to overturn a Court of Appeal ruling which found the party rules allowed the federal branch to take over. He continued with the case even after he was expelled from the party. But the court found the case had no chance of success and refused the special leave application.
Labor says it will return 450 gigalitres of environmental water to the Murray-Darling Basin if it wins the federal election. Labor leader Anthony Albanese says the plan also includes a National Water Commission. Despite these plans falling through under the current federal government, he says his plan will be delivered by 2024.
A government that simply is held back by the National Party, by Barnaby Joyce and those forces upstream that don't want the water to flow here to South Australia. And it is so self-defeating because if you don't have those environmental flows, the system will die.
The United Australia Party says it expects police to lay charges against people involved in the egging of federal MP Craig Kelly in Melbourne. Christian Silva reports.
The UAP was holding a rally in South Yarra when Mr Kelly was approached from behind by a woman holding eggs. Social media footage shows her cracking an egg on his head before yelling abuse at the minor party MP. Mr Kelly was unharmed and police are working to identify those involved. A spokesperson for the politician has told the ABC it's disappointing an assault would take place, but that Mr Kelly would be back on the campaign trail tomorrow. The party spokesperson said they expect police to lay charges over the incident.
A Tasmanian political scientist says the state Liberal Party has done a Julie Bishop to Attorney General Elise Archer, putting a ceiling on her career and that of other female MPs. Jessica Moran explains.
Former Foreign Minister Julie Bishop quit politics after a failed leadership bid against Scott Morrison and Peter Dutton in 2018. Liberal sources say now Premier Jeremy Rockcliffe and Deputy Michael Ferguson struck a deal pushing Elise Archer out. Political scientist Kate Crowley says while the circumstances are slightly different, the party sentiment remains the same, that women can't progress into positions of power.
The 4 Liberal women sitting as MPs now need to realise there is a ceiling on their careers.
Ms Crowley says it shows the Liberal Party is also out of touch with the community.
An Australian man's been sentenced to 5.5 years in jail for killing a man and injuring his wife in Singapore. Andrew Gosling threw an empty wine bottle at a dinner gathering of ethnic Malay Muslims 2 floors below his apartment in August 2019, hitting Nasiri Sunkini on the head. Mr Gosling pleaded guilty in February to 2 charges of causing death and injury. The court has heard Mr Gosling's actions reflected religious hostility towards Muslims. Queensland authorities have declared the Brisbane River safe, with the clean-up from the February flood disaster now complete. Almost 7,000 tonnes of debris were recovered from the river, along with 60 vessels and 40 pontoons were salvaged. The clean-up effort involved foreshores in Brisbane, Moreton Bay, the Sunshine Coast and Fraser Coast. And Queensland police are appealing for information from the public as they investigate the suspicious death of a woman in Cairns today. The 47-year-old woman was found unresponsive in the driveway of a vacant unit at Eureka Street and was pronounced dead about an hour later. Police say the 47-year-old man, who had an intimate relationship with the woman, called emergency services and is now assisting police with their inquiries. You're up to date with ABC News.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
So Hawkins is straight in front, kicking to the players' stand end of the ground. For the first of the second term, Hawkins with one already. He's now got a couple. Geelong back in front.
To McStay, he's a long way out. He drives it into the pocket in Joe Danaher territory. Forget Joe Danaher. Leaping over the top was Rayner. Goes the snap. He's kicked 1 goal, 5 this year. Let's make it 2 goals, 5.
Atkins takes the free for Geelong, short to Jeremy Cameron, to his fellow lefty, and Isaac Smith takes some ground and then loads up from 52 out wide and half forward. It doesn't matter. His range is unlimited. Joe across the body, goes through post high, straight through the middle.
Gardner going back. Here's a chance for the Cats, kicking the snap around his corner. It's Stengel.
McStay slide angle, 10 metres out, kicks it skiddy, but just sneaks it through.
McCluggage got it again. He's handballed straight to the Cats. Swooping on it is Buse from 50 metres out, and Buse makes the pay.
Joe Danaher with that raking left boot from just outside the 50-metre arc. That is smoking. Joe bangs it through from outside 50.
Adams, the man on the mark, a couple of steps in from the boundary in the left forward pocket. Hawkins launches. Hawkins has got 3.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sounds there of the second term. Geelong by 9 points at the half. 7-6-48, the Brisbane Lions. 6-3-39, our grandstand AFL commentary team at Cardinia Park. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse and Tim Hodges on the boundary. In the NRL tonight, the New Zealand Warriors beat the Cowboys 25-24. And with a half an hour to go, it's the Broncos 10, the Sydney Roosters 6. That's 50 minutes in the second leg of the doubleheader Friday night in the NRL. A bit of AFL news kicking around. Jake Stringer is out of the Essendon team to play against the Crows on Sunday. Meanwhile, Rory Sloane and Taylor Walker have both been named. That's the biggest news to come from the Sunday teams. A little earlier in the broadcast, we had the chance to catch up with the Chief Executive of the Geelong Football Club in Steve Hocking. I asked him about Chris Scott's contract and where is it at.
Look, he certainly has agreed to be the coach, and we've agreed as well, and it's just waiting on a signature now, which should happen fairly soon. But, yeah, all agreed.
What is the delay?
Well, there's nothing now. It's all been agreed to, and he'll be coaching in 2023 and 2024, which is really exciting for Chris and the football club.
Are you expecting an official announcement in the coming days?
Look, Chris isn't huge on getting up on a soapbox and announcing it. I think if he had his way, it would just, go. It'll just remain quiet. But that's not going to be the case. Yeah, we'll work with his manager Craig Kelly, and we'll decide on that at the appropriate time.
So that's a little bit of what Steve Hocking had to say earlier tonight on Grandstand AFL.
So in place of an official announcement, can we take that as an announcement?
I think so.
Answer to your questions, Corbs?
Yeah, it feels like it's all done except there's no signature on paper.
Which if a player agrees and their contract's done, the actual lodging of the paperwork and the physical signing, that takes place weeks later, but it's a done deal.
Yep.
So I take that as a done deal, and he's announced to us and to you, Corbs, that Chris Scott's locked away for a couple of years.
It's good news for Cats fans.
It is. Very good news. Terrific stability at the club, and obviously with Hock as a new CEO, I think a really good step forward.
Bizarre twist as well, it must be said, in the Cyril Rioli and Shannon Rioli story after making public last week their concerns about the way that they'd been treated at the Hawthorn Football Club in an article with Caroline Wilson in The Age. Now, this article by Mark Robinson in the Herald Sun, which was released earlier tonight, quoting Michael Long. Now, Michael Long says as follows: "We love our nephew, being Cyril Rioli, but we've seen the change in our nephew, and it's not the way we brought him up. We brought him up to have respect, but he's changed and he needs to get professional help. He needs to address it. We didn't bring him up this way. There's a lot of people that have helped Cyril along the way, and there were a lot of family and friends who got Cyril to where he got to, and he became estranged to a lot of friends and family. As a man, he needs to stand up and take control of his life." He went on to say he's been 4 or 5 years out of the game, and for that article to come out in that way it did, I was saddened to read about how it came across about Jeff Kennett and the Hawthorn Football Club. There were a lot of Indigenous players at the club at that time. I don't think any of those players spoke out about racial issues, and I've never heard anything, and his mum has never said anything to me about this. I don't know where it's coming from. So that's from Michael Long about the Cyril Rioli piece last Saturday in The Age, which I must admit is a strange twist and a turn in that story after the comments from the Essendon Norm Smith medalist tonight.
Well, it tells me, obviously, that he's got some concern about where his nephew is at the moment, but at the same time, I'm not sure Michael Long can speak on behalf of Cyril Rioli about his experience at Hawthorn.
No, he can't. You're right, but it's also a complete reversal on the narrative that's been going all week. It's a huge shift in what we've been talking about and understanding. So that comes as quite a shock to me.
I think if the worst that comes out of the entire episode is that every club pays more attention into how they're dealing with their Aboriginal players and their people of First Nations background, if that's all that comes out of it, then I think that's a good thing for footy, that those conversations are being had this week, but I'm sure there'll be more to follow from that across the weekend. The players are in position. The second half is upon us on Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio across the country. It's the Cats by 9. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And that's the worst bounce we've ever seen, so we'll recall it. It was a good build-up call.
Yeah, I thought so.
No, listen, I do want to add, I mean, this has just been an enthralling, tactical and physical and skillful duel. And we're only halfway through. Cats by 9 points. What's the second half going to bring us? It's Geelong, who dominate the first passage of play, although the kick from Narkle was a wobbly one and it's been chopped off. And it was Berry that gets a high kick away. It'll land right in the circle. Lockie Neal will pounce and then handballs back to McCluggage. Probably wasn't the best decision. McCluggage has hurt himself because he got tripped and went down and wasn't expecting that, and a free kick going the way of Geelong. So McCluggage up on his feet, a little sore. And after that messy passage of play in the centre of the ground, and it's Stanley that's got it on the back of the square. It drives it long to centre half forward. Hawkins was there. He was caught out of position. Parfitt tries to wrench it clear from Jared Berry, testing out that dodgy shoulder. He's been off, had some treatment on the shoulder, Berry, but he is back out there. Missed 13 games through injury last year.
Geelong by 9, no change to that half-time score. Fort and Blitzarves wrestle for it, comes to Dangerfield. Centre half forward, hand pass to Myers, gives it to Stanley, kicks inside 50, Smith. There he is again, Mick, just picking up where he left off. He marks it right half forward.
Well, remarkably, he got it, and now he's played on with it.
As he kicks short to Narkle, who marks a little closer.
Yep. A good choice. Went to sleep, Brisbane, no doubt. I'm still amazed at how his work ethic, because he was at that pack and he got forward without the ball being secured by Geelong. So he did gamble a little bit, but he probably knew where his man was. So
he's always on the outside, though, owning that outside space, isn't he? And then he backs his running ability even if he's got to get back and help.
Yeah.
Quentin Narkle from right half forward. His set shot drop punt is on its way. It's through. And for the first time tonight, we've got a team kicking back-to-back goals. It's come either side of the half, but Geelong are 15 points in front. 8-6-54, Brisbane 6-3-39. The first break in the game, 2 minutes into the third term.
And Mick, it's such a comfort for the inside midfielders to know that you've got a really smart, high-quality running player covering that outside space. It means you can go to work and attack the footy and just hunt the ball with total confidence that even if you get a little bit wrong and it spills to the outside, you've got a teammate set up there who can cover you a little bit.
And it's a double whammy, Wingy, because the forwards know also if he gets it, he's a 50-plus metre kick, or he'll carry it and use it. So the confidence in a player like that is extraordinary, and that's why I'm just amazed that Brisbane haven't done something about it.
So we alternated the first 13 goals of the contest, and now the biggest lead. It's 15 points. Back underway in the centre. Parfitt breaking out of the centre, delivering, looking for Dangerfield. He got his hands to it. Couldn't clunk the mark in the end. Here's a chance for Myers out the back. Gives it off to Narkle. Streams into an open goal. And there was a goalkeeper there. There was a goalkeeper named Marcus Adams, and he was easy to spot. I'm not sure what Narkle was trying to do there. At full pace, charging to the top of the goal square, he's kicked it straight to Adams.
Amazing, wasn't it?
He could have kicked it in the air where there's relatively few players up in the sky.
Yeah, funny that.
That was a really odd kick, given he had full control of it.
Cats by 15 points, 4 minutes into the third from the boundary throw-in. One down to Lockie Neal as he darts away. Hand pass to Starcevic. Kicks a high bomb off the back flank. Underneath it, Stanley swats it down. Parfitt for the Cats is there. Hand pass to Smith. Onto his preferred left boot. Hooks a kick to half forward. Well, Starcevic spills it back into dangerous territory. Zorko clever. Whacks it away to Adams, who can kick out of the defensive 50 again. Stanley just traps it with his boot like a soccer player. Knocks it down to Narkle.
Great
He's
tackle.
pinged. Great the ball. Lockie Neal had one arm tucked and wraps up Narkle to win the free.
He's lifting Lockie Neal. And he's hitting up his teammate in McStay.
That is an outstanding tackle. With Narkle had momentum, had a player running free. It was going to be a handball, shot at goal. That was superb by Neal.
For Lyons to Bailey, who's marked right in front of the Geelong bench, Mick Moldhouse.
Oh, I just can't believe how lazy the midfield are of Brisbane. They're just jogging to position. Geelong were already down there in position.
Darcy Fort's taken a contested mark. 60 metres out, he's kicked into the pocket. Here's Charlie. Here is Charlie Cameron. For the first time tonight, it's met by silence. Unselfishly, he's going to kick to the top of the goal square, and McStay's got the sit up over the top of Kolodjasny, and he's taken a mark directly in front with a slidey angle.
Yeah, look, it was very well set up, Lingy, but I'll just draw you to the ball here on the 50-metre line at Geelong's end with the ball in Brisbane's hands. The midfield just virtually walked in front, so they were very lucky that they were able to get the ball into a very good position. But if that walking continues, Geelong are on the move.
So McStay's already kicked two from directly in front on his left boot. He guides it home, and there's a little bit of cheering from the Brisbane Lions pocket in that left forward pocket at the Bowen River end. But otherwise, the Hoops fans are silent. And it's back to a 9-point ball game. The Cats just holding on to the lead. 8-6-54. Brisbane 7-3-45. Early stages of the third term. Cameron Ling on ABC Radio.
And I think, though, just as importantly there, Mick, Chris Scott wouldn't be happy with his transition of his players there once that first mark was taken by Darcy Fort, because the kick went to Cameron and then Cameron's kick over the top to McStay. There were three Brisbane Lions players there, and, and Geelong hadn't transitioned back. So where they'd initially been set up well, they didn't then do the extra work once the first mark had been taken.
That was an excellent kick, though. Like, he had one of three.
Yep.
Cats by 9 points as it was at the half. 5-6 minutes into the third term. Back in the middle. Stanley wins it down. Parfitt to Stanley by hand. Away to Guthrie. Hand pass to Buse. Kicks out of the centre square to half forward. Stengel caught in front. Answorth wins it down. Rich is tackled. Dispossessed. Cats win it. Cameron. Hand pass away to O'Connor. He kicks inside 50 and Parfitt hugs it to his chest. He marks 40 out at left half forward.
What did I give that last kick? I think I said 6 metres. I'll go that one was about 11 metres. A couple of lucky ones for the Cats.
You get more discounts in the front half than you do in the back half, don't you?
Yes.
It feels like if you kick a 6-metre kick in the back half, you're told to move it straight away. Here's Brandon Parfitt, top 10 in last year's BNF. His kick isn't great off the boot. It hasn't got the trip from 40 out, and Darcy Fort marks in front of the behind post for Brisbane.
Oh, and it was a wobbly kick. It was short, and it just got to the intended target, Starcevic.
Ruckman kicking short.
Starcevic from one side to the other, where Bailey's got it. His kick's a shocker. Straight to Dowhouse. Can give it off to Isaac Smith, who curls the kick round the corner. Didn't have enough punch on it. Stengel took it on the awkward half volley. And then coming in was Parfitt, and he handballs over the boundary under pressure. A little bit of niggle as the players try to get to their feet. Boundary throw in, 10 metres around from the Cats' goal. And they're kicking to the city end.
26-17 possessions to Cats' favour.
Hawkins tussles with Darcy Fort in the ruck. It comes the way of Rayner, who just throws it on the boot. De Koning almost going back. He's hit his head on the turf. He's slow to get up. It's Geelong through Kolodjasny. Blitz halves Myers. Now Myers with the all-important kick inside 50. Caught behind was Stanley. Harris Andrews says, I'll take that, thank you. A relieving defensive mark. And Brisbane can load up now from the defensive 50.
De Koning missed round 2 with concussion. That was a worry then when he hit his head. He was kind of slow to get up. I reckon the docs will get out there and check him out soon.
Jared Lyons off the back flank, kicks to the wing. They all flew early, and Blitzarv stands at the back, takes the intercept mark for Geelong. Short to Henry, runner-up in last year's BNF. Outer edge of the centre square, he goes back to that eastern wing, and Atkins takes the mark just over halfway. Short kick along the line to Myers. Between wing and half forward, he looks down to the arc and finds Isaac Smith, who trots through and takes the mark again. He loads up onto his preferred left peg to the goal square. Dangerfield had his run blocked, wanted a free, won't get it. In the forward pocket, Stengel keeps it alive for the Cats. Hands it to Hawkins, straightens up. Good spoil Rayner, down to Robinson. Hand pass to McCluggage, and as he's being tackled, kicks out of the arc. And McCarthy marks at centre-half back for Brisbane.
And he's going to kick sideways, where Archie's got a little bit of space and then can honour the long lead by McStay. Handballs over the top to Lyons. He goes short to Danaher. Had to get down on his knees and slide in front of De Koning and take the mark. Now, how far is he out, do you reckon, Mick? 65?
Yeah, 60. He's going to 55. He's 55? Going to kick 60.
He wheels around. In the end, he just keeps it low. It was like a bullet into the pocket. No one able to take the mark, and Graham Myers short to Smith.
I'll get the umpire's measure out. And that probably was 69, I reckon.
So Smith, who's been so good for the Cats, a former Hawthorn player, and backing back, taking the mark on the outer wing was Darcy Gardner for the Lions.
Outmarked Dangerfield then. Dangerfield just can't quite get going in this game. And even just playing for free kicks down inside forward 50.
Gardner to a contest at half forward. Danaher was there, but it spills down to Tom Atkins of the Cats. Hand pass to Myers. Hooks his kick in the middle of the ground. Off his left, finds Holmes. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Duncan. Thought about giving it, eventually does. This is Smith again, who kicks wide to Narkle. And Narkle marks between wing and half forward. Rolls onto his right boot. Pops it inside 50. And Marcus Adams leads Hawkins to the footy. Really, we see that. And Adams takes the intercept mark in the back pocket.
That last kick inside forward 50 for the Cats, just letting them down a bit. They're getting some turnovers, but
Adams to the wing, and here's McStay again. There was reports during the week about Victorian clubs circling off contract. He's kicked 3 already tonight. And the 26-year-old Dan McStay goes short to McCluggage, and McCluggage kicks out wide for McCarthy.
He's got sparkly white boots on, Dan McStay, as well. I wonder if that's trying to draw the attention of the Victorian recruiters. So from the outer side, they bring it back to Rich. The long bomb. Fullerton out of position. And the mark's paid to Danaher at the back, who wheels around and kicks the goal.
No,
He's got to come back.
Yeah. What a weapon that is for Rich. So that kick, because of its penetration, how far he can kick it, but how quickly it gets there, it just completely catches out the last line of the Geelong defence and makes a simple mark for Danaher.
Goes like an arrow, doesn't it? So Danaher with the free. It was a 2-on-2 at the top of the goal square. And Danaher is lining up for his third, and he's got it. So 3 for Big Tom at one end for the Cats, and 3 for Big Joe at the other end. And the entertaining shootout continues here at Cardinia Park, and it's back to a 3-point ball game. Geelong's led for most of it, 8-6-54. Brisbane, 8-3-51.
And nothing in stats, nothing in entrances. I was going to make a remark there before, Lingy. I just thought the way Brisbane, when they won the ball in the back half, they were so slow at moving it. Now, obviously, that's their methodology, and this is where the ball's ended up. It's a goal. I wonder whether they're worried about the fact that they've got an extra player up at the ball and Geelong will get the extra play behind. And historically, Geelong, with an extra play behind, really do rip the heart out of sides. So there just seems to be a hesitancy to get the ball moving quickly unless you mark it inside the centre square.
Geelong by 3 points. Brisbane with back-to-back goals for the first time tonight. I guess we're trading in twos now. It's back in the middle. Fullerton dragged off his kick. Dalhouse has it. Kicks towards the outer wing for the Cats as Blitzharps comes charging through to win it. Hand pass to Myers. He gives it to O'Connor. Long kick deep, one-on-one. Gardner and Stengel down there. Stengel can't mark but follows up. He's tackled, dispossessed by Adams. Gardner wins it. Hand pass to Answorth. Kicks for Zorko. It was wide of him and skids out of play. The Geelong fans pleading for deliberate. The umpire says, I'll spin that in. Right half forward for the Cats, 55 out.
The Cats have tried to change things up. They've tried to go small in front of the footy. So Jeremy Cameron with 5 small surrounding him, while Hawkins has the rest on the bench.
Blitzharps down to Isaac Smith, who's had it on a string, kicks to the goal square, and Andrews outmarks Cameron. And boy, there's a bit of history between those two. Andrews gets the win here.
Short to Zorko, and then it's short to Smith. Zach Bailey, rather. So, Bailey in the back pocket. He's going to go long in front of the Reg Hickey stand. Target was McStay. Comes down to Lockie Neal, who just pokes the footy down the wing, and it's chopped off by Duncan. Cats fans falling silent. Oh, the Duncan kick's been picked off. A chance here for Starcevic. There's no one inside 50. He has a bounce from 50. It bounces, it rolls, and it goes. And it's 3 in a row for the Brisbane Lions. And it's the visitors that hit the front. They've got a 3-point lead, 9-3-57, 8-6-54. And what a brilliant turnover by Starcevic.
Fantastic. I'll give you the tip right now, though. He had Charlie Cameron out in front, and he was actually kicking it to him. I reckon he just said, right, I'll put this ball out in front of you. It went a bit too far, but it's rolled through. But that was a very good intercept. That's one of the very few intercepts we've seen Geelong actually give the ball up. It's one of the very few times we have seen Geelong all forward of the ball, one thinking we've got control of this football, we get forward. The mistakes made about sides that get too locked into, we're going to keep winning this, is that they do leave the back door open. And we've seen it with Brisbane, and now we've seen it with Geelong, which is really rare. Is that fair, Lee?
Yep. His uncle Craig celebrated during the week with a shoey. But nephew Brandon didn't do that tonight. Maybe if they win the game.
Umpire Hosking having a crooked night on the bounce, it's fair to say. That's just the second lead change in the match, despite how close it's been. Brisbane in front for the first time since the 9-minute mark of the opening quarter. We're now 16 into the second. Centre break after the restart for Parfitt. Kicks to half forward. Close in a tangle with Answorth, and Answorth gives away the free. The Bronx cheer from the Geelong supporters. They earn a free, and Close can put it inside 50. Brisbane by 3, having kicked the last 3 majors. Close in the long sleeves for the Cats. Just lays it up, 20 out from their attacking goal, and Adams drops in the hole. Takes the intercept mark for Brisbane.
So that's 3 kicks in a row, forward 50 for Geelong, where Brisbane have taken the intercept mark. They went with the small forward line, only the one tall of Cameron. It has to come to ground. If you're going to have the smalls and try and worry them that way, those balls can't just be simply marked by the Brisbane Lions defenders and they get an easy exit.
Harris down the line looking for Fullerton, who's taken Stanley a Blitzarv's high, and Blitzarv's wins the free. Frustration's just starting to simmer in the crowd of about 20,000 here this evening. Haven't had much to cheer about in the last 5 minutes or so, with the Lions kicking the last 3. They're a little stunned. A goal bring this crowd to life. Blitzarv's towards Cameron, but once again Adams.
4 in a row. 2 of them have been on Jeremy Cameron too, Cal.
Extraordinary. So these key defenders standing up in the big moments, although that kick's gone straight to Blitzarv's in exactly the same spot. He's marked in front of the Cats bench, and where Hawkins' hands on hips looking to get back on, isn't he?
And the man standing right next to him says, get me on. That's terrible kick by Blitzarv's.
His 5-metre kick's a turnover. Berry wins it. Hand pass away to McCluggage, who swings it too wide for Fullerton and out of play. Right in front of Tim Hodges on the benches.
Corbin, really interested. Patrick Dangerfield came to the bench. I've never seen a player want to see the laptop computer from the assistant coaching staff. And they gave it to him, and he studied it for about 3 minutes, then went straight back on the ground. I'm just interested in Lingy or Mick, what he would have been looking at. I couldn't see what was actually on the monitor that he was looking.
We'll just wait for Parfitt, who from the stoppage kicks to half forward, and guess who? Another intercept mark for Marcus Adams.
5 in a row Brisbane have intercepted inside their defensive 50. Great play by Adams and Harris Andrews.
Kicks down the wing for McStay. That's a strong grab in front of DeConey. He's got it right in front of the interchange gates.
This is where they move it really slow, give Geelong a chance to get behind the ball.
McStay down in the Danaher direction. It carries the pack close to the boundary line. Colin Jasny sees it out. And a throw in 40 out from the Brisbane goal. The answer to Hodges' question, what have you been looking at?
I'm not sure.
All I can think of is he's looking at the stoppages, but he doesn't look too far because the bloke's right in his face. So I'd be more concerned about just making sure my body shape at the stoppage works.
Deep in attacking 50 here for the Lions. Lockie Neal tried to jump one way, jump the other, and he might have been pinged for the free, but they said play on, so it went up the ground and then it's off hands. A boundary throw in it'll be.
I can only hope he wasn't looking at where he played for a free kick when it went inside forward 50 before he went off. I would hope his mind is on more important things than trying to get free kicks, where he should just be standing up and competing.
So flick back in right in front of us on the broadcast wing. Great tackle by Fullerton, brings Blitzards down. Play on, says the umpire. Got the handball out to Parfitt. And then the kick from Connor. Looked up for Stanley, couldn't get there. Stingle tries to keep it in play and he can't. So we're just lurching from stoppage to stoppage. We're in a holding pattern. You can feel the tension here at Kardinia Park. It's the Brisbane Lions by 3 points after they rattled off the last 3 consecutive majors.
19 and a half played in the third term for the boundary throw in. Holmes tumbles a kick inside 50. Hand pass away from Narkle. Went to Dalhouse. He's locked up straight away. Centre half forward for the Cats. I referred to the history between Andrews and Jeremy Cameron earlier. If you remember that game in 2018 where Cameron running back into the pack put his forearm through Andrews' head and knocked him out. He got 5 weeks for it back when he was playing for the GWS Giants. The Lions quickly through Bailey. Get a kick going down the wing. DeConing goes to ground and inadvertently McStay knocks it out of play. So a throw in 60 out from the Lions goal.
Just trying to work out. Is Smith off the ground? I'm just trying to find... No, he is off the ground. Because I was going to say there's just no coverage at the... He covers the lateral and defensive side so well of Packs, and they're getting away with it, Brisbane, at this stage.
Mitch Robinson had to go head-to-head with Blitzards in the ruck there, and it's fisted back over the boundary line.
We've also seen players, Kel, take the long sleeves off as the game goes on. Nakai Cockatoo has put them on at half-time. So he didn't have the long sleeves in the first half, and now he's got the long red sleeves in the jumper, which obviously pays homage to Fitzroy.
Now Darcy Fort in front position against Blitzards, tries to get it down. And he's fighting and scrapping hard. There's a real tussle right on the bottom of the pack. Danger does well. Dangerfield gets it to O'Connor. He just grubbers the kick only about 10 metres up the ground. And they can't keep it in play. Over the boundary line, right in front of the Cats bench, where Zach Tui comes on. Joe Danaher's gone to the bench for the Lions, having a breather. So right in front of the logo of the 2 ruck, Fort down 2, but couldn't quite get it there from Lions. A little kicking in danger. Looked dangerous. The umpire didn't see that, and eventually he'll throw it up.
This ball has not moved, has it?
No.
They're giving absolutely nothing. It's matched up back and forward of every stoppage at this stage.
From the restart, Dangerfield sits on top of it, comes out the back of the pack. McCluggage tries to sock it to his own advantage. Umpire said it stayed in. He tried to hang it in the boundary line. And Guthrie eventually takes him out. A throw in between wing and half forward for Brisbane.
Neither side giving an inch. It's like a real old-fashioned tug-of-war, isn't it?
It is. Geelong's forward line are coming closer to the stoppage. Brisbane are probably giving a bit more room.
Blitzards out of the ruck to Guthrie, back to Blitzards. He's been tackled, hand pass to Dalhouse. Kicks into open space at half forward. Stengel can run onto it, gets a kind bounce. 60 from home, looks for Tomahawk, who's got it. And Hawkins hugs it to his chest. Left a lot for Adams to do running back, and Hawkins can shoot for his 4th.
We couldn't tell which way it was going to break, but you just felt it was going to break.
Yep.
Because both teams were so tight, so in, and so much effort and fatigue was building up that once it got out into a little bit of space and broke, it was always going to end up deep inside a forward 50 end.
Averages almost 3 a game against the Lions. He got that in the first half. He loves to feast on Brisbane. Tom Hawkins from right half forward, 30 out. He misses. Just a fraction to the left. Across the face of goal, and Brisbane still lead it by a couple of points. 9-3 to 8-7. 23 travelled in the third.
Saw a Brisbane player run into the space where a Brisbane player was clear. Just sometimes you think about common sense.
Sharon's in the hands of Daniel Rich. Safe hands. He kicks short and sideways to Answorth, who goes longer to Robinson.
They've done that well all night, though, this kick-in work, the Brisbane Lions.
Plays on, somehow works its way. They're in a bit of a pickle on the outer side, but McCarthy teams up with Robinson, and then the McCarthy kick goes towards Charlie Cameron. Couldn't take the mark. Charlie Cameron's been very quiet tonight. Now a chance here on the outer side for the Cats. Tui got it over to Parfitt, and Parfitt to Buse. Buse has a bit of a run and a dash, and then kicks in the direction of Close, who couldn't take the mark. A fumble here from Marcus Adams. Close gets in there, desperation, and the long sleeves get down low in front of Marcus Adams, and he just stabs it over the boundary line, and once again they jump up. Robinson, Mark O'Connor, push, shove, tension.
Just watching O'Connor now, because he's done the job before, just watching him being blocked more often.
Lions by 2, time on in the third. Fort wins it down to Robinson, who's locked up straight away.
Now, the Cats seem to have the one extra, so the Lions must have, they've also got one behind the ball, so it's even at the ball.
Fort slots it down behind, and then it comes back to him. Just shovels a kick up the halfway, over the head of McCarthy. De Koning in the other direction, hand pass to Atkins, rides a bump on the way through. Now Bailey collects, he's gang tackled. Ball up on the eastern wing.
De Koning was the extra player, and he was able to influence that. Just watching Brisbane, no, they're not going to go the extra player this time.
Here's a chance for Lockie Neal. He's tackled, he gets his handball away, tried to get it to Answorth, stolen by Close. He can dab that footy inside 50 towards Tom Hawkins, but backing back.
Free kick paid.
Oh, it's a free kick to Tom Hawkins against Adams. So Gardner chopped it off, got in the hole, but the mark won't be paid, and it's a free instead to Tom Hawkins.
Yeah, I think it was either for a hold or perhaps the shepherding in the marking contest. I didn't need to see the replay.
So he's having a...
Oh, wow, there's no free kick there.
All right.
No free kick
well,
there.
he's having a kick in exactly the same spot that he pushed it across the face and missed a few moments ago.
You just can't guess this, umpires. The game gets too tight.
To make it 4 and to give the Cats the lead and put them in front just before three-quarter time. And that brings the fans to life. 9-7-61 Geelong, Brisbane 9-3-57. And that hurts Brisbane, doesn't it?
It does, because it was another intercept mark, which would have been sending Chris Scott ballistic in the coach's box. How many times it's happened this quarter, but instead it's a goal to the Cats, and one that they shouldn't have got because there was no free kick there. Darcy Gardner just watching him now, wandering over and saying, seriously, that was a free kick? And they had a little laugh about it, but shouldn't have been paid.
No. You don't want to wreck a good game because of a decision that's just Tiggy Touchwood at best, and certainly, well, we don't think it was there. It's hard enough to win the football. It's hard enough to win a battle on a player like Hawkins.
Just the third lead change of the night, the second in the quarter. Cats back up by 4. O'Connor's hand pass and turnover to Berry. He gives it to Robinson off the wing, kicks to centre half forward, and Charlie Cameron caught behind. And Atkins outmarks him in front.
He's been outstanding, Atkins. He has been absolutely fantastic all night.
He goes short to Mitch Duncan. Inside the centre square, Geelong by 4 points, approaching three-quarter time. He's kicked to centre half forward. Fist comes in from Berry, gets it away from Dangerfield. Ainsworth got an unkind bounce. Tui sockets it inside 50. Tui trying to collect, he can't. And in the end, it's out of play. 40 out from the Geelong goal. Really good quarter. We've had 3 goals to 2 Brisbane's way. It was Geelong by 9 and as many as 15 earlier in the term. Brisbane hit the front, and then it swung back the other way on the last goal. From the boundary throw-in, Hawkins wins it down. Hand pass to Myers, tumbles it goalward, gets the kind bounce, it balloons over the goalkeeper in McStay, but it takes a left turn and through for a minor score. There was nothing McStay could do. He was camped back on the goal line, and the ball bounced and went way over his head, but just the wrong side of the post for Brian Myers. Cats by 5, 28 played in the third.
Well, I've been in that position before as a player. It still brings back nightmares because you know you can't attack it.
So Rich, what's he going to do on the kick in? He skids it around the outer side. Our teammate was able to collect in lines and feed it down the line. Waiting at the back of that pack was Tui. He's tackled almost over the line. He gives it to Atkins. Doesn't keep it in play with that sweeping handball. So has Atkins had the job on Charlie Cameron, or was Buse there at the start?
I think both.
Yeah.
Both have
so Charlie Cameron's
shared
had the 8 disposals, has not troubled the scoreboard at all this evening.
I think whoever's playing when Charlie Cameron's deeper, Buse will take him.
Right.
Across half forward, it'll be Tom Atkins.
Okay, it's been a night for the key forwards. Boundary throw in on the outer wing. Lockie Neal, look at that, gives it off to Berry, flicks it back to Charlie Cameron from 55, 60 metres out. That's going to dribble through for a goal. Oh, Charlie. We've been waiting for his cameo, and that stings. Lions back in front by 1. 10-3-63. Geelong 9-8-62. We were just saying he'd been quiet, and suddenly he's burst into life.
He burst into life, but Nick, I like to just marvel at people's craft and what they do so well. Lockie Neal's stoppage work there was simply phenomenal. Yep. And he set that goal up for Charlie Cameron, but that is what Charlie Cameron does.
I'll just kick it down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
This is, you take your cues from players' reactions, and Quinton Narkle behind play, he's rolled it looked like a rolled ankle, but I think it's something more severe than that, and just the look of agony, and he's having to be helped up off the ground because he's in so much pain with that leg. You just hope that that's not something more serious. So
I just saw the replay, Hodgie. It's his left leg, which seems to sort of give way on him, the lower part of his left leg.
And he can't put any weight on that at all. That's a real concern, and Zach Guthrie is right beside me. He's just jumped on the bike. I think he's been told he's going to be required pretty soon.
Did it just go as he was running? Or?
Yeah, here he is, trying to change direction.
Oh, it's one of those nasty rolled ankles, but it looks a little higher, doesn't it? There could be a crack in there,
Oh, it's straight away in excruciating pain. You see his face.
We talked a bit about him earlier, Mick, and he's sort of had to really earn his place in this Geelong team. There's a lot of old school footy observers that love what he brings to the party, and he's just 24 years of age. Quinton Narkle playing in his 35th game, and he's getting helped off by a couple of trainers. Looks a rolled ankle, but really high up, or I guess the lower part of his leg.
I reckon it's more in the knee.
More in the knee. Yeah, okay. We'll get a further update on him as the game progresses. Narkle making his way off. Geelong making their way out of the centre. Zach Tui with 2 running bounces. Loops a hand pass inside 50 to Myers. He swings it back inboard, but straight to Andrews. A turnover. The Lions back with it. Sweeping hand pass out of the 50 to Robinson. He kicks short to Jared Lyons. Brisbane by a point. After that goal to Charlie Cameron, they've kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game, after falling behind by a game-high 15 points earlier in the quarter.
So it's Lyons with the ball in his hands. He goes long. The kick's being chopped off by Henry. On the defensive side of the Reg Hickey stand side of the stadium. His kick wasn't great. It was to a 3-on-1. One was Dangerfield, and it missed him. And it's been marked by Starcevic. Wants to go back to Daniel Rich. Less than a minute to play until three-quarter time, and the message has gone out. So they're just happy to eat into the seconds here, the visitors. They have starred in this third term. Long kick down the line again on the outer side. There's plenty of players around. Robinson keeps it in play. A high ball. It'll be picked off, though, by Henry. And they got one last launch in them, Geelong. No, Henry's happy to kick backwards to Blitzarves. And they'll wind down the clock. So scores were all tied up. It was level at quarter time. It was the Cats by 9 points at halftime as they alternated the first 13 goals of this contest. And then it's 4 goals to 2 in this third term. And it is Brisbane 10-3-63. They've taken the lead by a single point, 9-8-62. You can feel the tension and anxiety in the air. More than 20,000 in the house at Cardinia Park for Geelong's first home game here in their home deck for the season. And it's all set up for a final term, a cracking final term. It's been a beautiful exhibition of Aussie rules football. It's had some big marks. The big boys have been kicking the big goals. Tom Hawkins has got 4. Danaher has 3. McStay has 3. And there's been a nasty injury as well with the latest. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Rooms. Quinton Narkle has been taken straight to the Geelong rooms with that leg injury that looks really nasty. As a result, Zach Guthrie is out there doing the full warm-up. He's got Harry Taylor working him over, so I would expect the paperwork to be lodged at some stage during the 6-minute break and him to come into the game in this last quarter. And you would think Narkle probably needs some scans on that leg just to see if there is a crack there.
Thanks, Hodgie. It's Brisbane by a point. We looked forward to a really good game in prospect, and so far it's lived up to that. 3 lead changes in that third quarter alone. Lions by 1 on ABC Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
And get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter.
For content that makes you think.
Or allows you not to.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Quentin Narkle from right half forward. His set shot drop punt is on its way. It's through. And for the first time tonight, we've got a team kicking back-to-back goals.
Here is Charlie Cameron. For the first time tonight, it's met by silence. Unselfishly, he's going to kick to the top of the goal square, and McStay's got the sit. So McStay's already kicked 2 from directly in front on his left boot. He guides it home. So Danaher with the free. It was a 2-on-2 at the top of the goal square. And Danaher is lining up for his third, and he's got it. Down the wing, and it's chopped off by Duncan. Oh, the Duncan kick's been picked off. A chance here for Starcevic. There's no one inside 50. He has a bounce from 50. It bounces, it rolls, and it goes. Tom Hawkins to make it 4 and to give the Cats the lead and put them in front just before three-quarter time. And that brings the fans to life. Lockie Neal, look at that, gives it off to Berry, flicks it back to Charlie Cameron from 55, 60 metres out. That's going to dribble through for a goal. Oh, Charlie.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Brisbane by a point across the last 2 seasons. The Lions haven't lost a single game when leading at three-quarter time. They're 16-0 in that stretch. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Now, the Power should sign up the construction worker. He's had more effective touches than them last night. It's a little bit harsh off the SMS. Bill says the Lions have been moving the ball with far too much ease all night. And hello to Josh, driving from Melbourne to Sydney with the family. Enjoying your call. Go the Tigers. Nice to hear from you, Josh, and everyone else. Let us know what you're up to on this Friday night, 0437 774 774. Game on, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, Brisbane by 1.
Bill on the SMS then, Mick, said Brisbane have been moving the ball far too easily tonight. Stats in that third term. Now, a number of times we remarked how Geelong bombed it inside forward 50. Brisbane took the intercept mark. But
time and time again.
But from there, we thought, well, okay, it's a reasonably even quarter, and Brisbane got a bit of an advantage with some better ball movement. Give us your stats on inside 50s for how many scores in that quarter.
Well, let me just go through the disposals that quarter. Geelong 96, Brisbane 75, which I'm, again, 21, I'm thinking, well, maybe. Then I'm looking contested football. Geelong 35, this is significant, to 26. Now, that's the biggest gap for the game. Then I'm looking at clearances. That favoured Geelong also, which is rare because they haven't done that. But inside 50s, Geelong 20, Brisbane 6.
For the quarter.
For the quarter, and kicked 4 goals. So they've gone at 75%, which any club would love to go at 75%. You'd love to go more than 6, so that's not going to win the game. But on the surface, exactly what you just said, far too many turnovers inside front half for Geelong by just bombing it in and hoping. And I can't quite work out why Geelong broke away from that 2 talls and 4 mediums, which they did, and they were outmarked probably, I think you said it, you thumped me on the arm 4 times, so I'm suggesting it was 4 times that they just marked it without any contest and were able to bring it out. So I can't think this game was played basically from middle forward, but the stats show it was played centre forward for Geelong.
And when Brisbane were able to intercept the mark, the Daniel Rich weapon off from half back and some of the creative ball use really caused some headaches for the Cats once they got through. in the middle of the ground, Lachie Neale, we've had a bit of a look at him. 20 disposals so far. He's had 8 clearances as well.
Yeah,
so
it's big.
And crucial clearances. He was the one who got the Charlie Cameron goal there at the end. Through a brilliant bit of work at the stoppage. So Mark O'Connor needs to readjust his starting points to try and limit the influence of Lachie Neale. But somehow the Cats have got to, if you're going to get, they're probably not going to get 20 inside 50s in this last quarter, but if they're going to get 14 or 15, they must use the ball better going forward.
Yeah, if Geelong are going to win it, that's the only way, really. They've got to use it better. But having said that, Brisbane now got their nose in front, and they just seem to be cleaner at the moment.
They're much cleaner.
It's interesting, the crew that do the big screen, so the fan engagement stuff, is still on the ground here in front of the advertising hoardings underneath the Reg Hickey stand. And basically the game has stopped and we're waiting for them to get off the playing arena.
You wouldn't have thought they're actually running off either, would you?
No.
You wouldn't say that they're sprinting.
It's a big crew too. There are probably 8 or 9 people working on that.
Not next week, there won't be.
No, there might be
a few sackings.
A couple of fines handed out for that one.
Everybody's in position, ready to go. They've made their way through one of the openings, the advertising hoardings, and it's Brisbane by 1 point. As we start quarter number 4, the umpire slams it into the turf. Stanley leaps over the top, wins the tap, down to 4th though of the lines. His opposing ruckman, hand pass to Neale, tumbles a kick down to half forward. Rayner pushed off it through McCluggage. They scoop it up, Brisbane. It's Berry, hand pass to Charlie Cameron. He kicks to the goal square. It was touched on the way through. Henry on it for the Cats. Hand pass to Kolodjasny under pressure. Off the last line, he kicks to the back flank for Myers.
And a strong mark by Myers. He had Zorko bearing down right on his back, and he's able to clunk that in a classic one-on-one contest.
That's an important mark for Myers. Important moment. He's had a few shaky moments throughout the course of the night. Needed to stand strong then and did.
So he goes short to Smith. Smith's had the most touches out there. Little give to Tui, who kicks to Blitzarves down the line. Blitzarves with the tackle. Chi stands up in that tackle, spins around and delivers nicely to Rayner. Rayner wants to go on with it. And the kick is disappointing. I think the target might have been McCluggage there, Lingy, but instead it went the way of Kolodjasny, who flares it wide to the outer side, waiting for it to bounce. Stanley got a kind bounce, wheels around and looks down the line. Harris Andrews will leap close, comes out late and flies through the air, but Andrews too strong, a former All-Australian defender.
Oh, and good call, Cal, and 50 metres, but what a great mark. Yeah. I mean, that was under real pressure. That sat there for a long time. You know players are coming at you. It did no bubble, just took the mark. Great bravery by a lot of the players tonight.
He's been good tonight, Harris. Twice an All-Australian, missed last year, but the 2 years previous, he hands it off to Rich, who puts it inside 50, and Danaher shoved underneath it. Easy mark in the end for Tui. So Brisbane by 1. As Tui comes wide with his kick, Myers looking over his shoulder, the ball pitches and runs out of play in front of the bench. So a throw in on the wing. Lions by a point. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, as you might imagine, the paperwork has just gone through, so Zach Guthrie is into this game. The doctor just came back from the rooms and said there's no go for Quinton Narkle, so unfortunately that leg injury is going to keep him out of this game, and we just wait and see how much football he'll miss.
Boundary and throw in right in front of Guthrie, where he's waiting to come on once again. It's Lachie Neale that wins it at ground level. He delivers to Danaher. He's 55 out. He's going to go to the top of the goal square, right in the heart of the 50. McStay's there. He's got de Koning for company. Firing out the handball was Cockatoo, and this is a chance for Zach Bailey, but he can't get clear, and he's tried to do too much, and he's kicked it, and it's been marked by Smith.
Izzy Smith, what a night he's had. Possession number 25 as he goes out wide with his kick to Atkins, who's been good as well. He gets a sharp bite. Cameron applying pressure as he kicks it away and kicks it out on the full. Mackay Cockatoo, another former Cat in that Brisbane forward line. He pumps it back deep inside 50. De Koning outmarks Rayner. And Sam De Koning comes down with it for the Cats. A dangerous kick to the back flank, but he finds Myers.
Some of the brave defensive marks we've seen tonight.
Oh, he's stood in front of the pack twice and taken marks like that.
Myers kicks out to the eastern wing. Hands on it from Adams, can't complete the mark, spills to Close. He's crunched as soon as he grabs it. Neil's hand pass is a turnover. Close on the wing, sweeping hand pass into the corridor for O'Connor. Goes on a bit of a run, kicks deep to Cameron, one out in the cage. Cameron's got it. Jeremy Cameron just held out Gardner and hugs it to his chest. 35 out, dead in front.
This is their first entrance inside 50. It's only been going a short time, but it just shows that length of the kick and where Geelong set up their key forwards. They put them in a position where they're going to contest the football. They don't have to lead up too far.
He kicked 6 last week. He hasn't got one tonight until now. Just when they need him. Start of the final term to put the Cats back in front. 4 minutes played in the final quarter. Geelong 10-8-68, Brisbane 10-3-63. Jeremy Cameron with his first of the night.
I've enjoyed the quality of the important little one-on-one contest tonight, Mick, and I mentioned a couple of times Lockie Neal's brilliant stoppage craft, or Tom Hawkins earlier talking about his marking. That was just an outstanding one-on-one battle between a really good defender and a really good forward, and the forward just had the slight advantage by a nice kick, owned his space and took that mark and an important shot at goal. That's what it's going to come down to tonight.
Oh, yeah.
It's just going to be 50-50 contest for the rest of this game, and who can execute the best and the most wins for their team in those moments.
Well, he was the hero last week. 3 goals in that last quarter got them over the line against the Cats. And his first for tonight's given them a 5-point lead, Jeremy Cameron. Neil just dominating in the centre. Over to Rayner. Rayner kicks, looking for Danaher. Charges out. Couldn't quite hold it. Clunked that mark. There was pressure from all angles, and now Buse throws it on the boot. Rayner going back with the flight. He couldn't collect it. Then he's tackled to the turf by Stengel. They've cranked up the speed dial here, Geelong. And Brisbane say, yep, we're going with you. So, half forward for the Cats. Thrown up in the air. Darcy Fort swats it down. Rayner almost somersaults over the footy. And then tackled down there is Mitch Duncan. Throws the Sherrin back. Another stoppage. Fort. McCluggage. Clean. Back to Starcevic. Off a step. Goes long. Launching was Danaher. Comes down to Guthrie, who's just been subbed on. Bouncing ball right on the 50. Who does it favour? Gardner's been tackled by Hawkins. Cats fans want ball. Umpire says no. Gardner barely touched his fingertips when he was ragdolled to the turf by Big Tom.
Forget about prior opportunity.
No, Cats by 5 points.
Free kick here, hand over the shoulder. Free kick, Geelong. Stanley will take it. The ruck infringement against Darcy Fort. Everybody looked at the umpire and he pointed the Cats' way.
Well, he could have gone either way because it's a raffle. It is an absolute raffle, these things. 2 ruckmen together.
Oh, yeah. He's done one to Darcy Fort, and then Darcy Fort's done one to him.
Yeah.
There's
just
one of each.
Yep. Just play on.
They've kicked a goal already on the back of a free kick, the Cats. This would be big. Reece Stanley from outside 50. His kick's offline. It's out to the left. It's got the trip, but it's a behind. So Cats by 6. 10-9 to 10-3. 7 minutes into the final term. We've had 5 lead changes in the game. 4 of them have come in the second half.
It was level at quarter time. It was Geelong by 9 at half time. Brisbane by 1 at 3/4 time. It's lived up to the hype. 2 teams that are really aiming for another top 2, top 4 finish this year, and they've played like it. Another free in a one-on-one tangle, and it's going to the Brisbane Lions as Rich brought it back into play. They play on advantage here, although it might not be an advantage. McCarthy, does he take it over the line? He does. So he was tackled by Parfitt over the boundary line right in front of the Cats bench. It'll be a boundary throw-in.
It's all territory, isn't it? You get the ball in your front 50.
Fort and Stanley. Fort down to Neil again.
Neil. He's amazing.
And he's doing it again. Back to Fort with the fumble because he fired out the handball so quickly. Now Rayner to Lyons. He's tackled in a 360, gets the handball away to Tui, and he's caught in a Brisbane Lions sandwich. The Irishman, and he's been taken high. As he fell to the ground, Zach Bailey with the forearm to the face of Tui. And Zach Tui emerges with the free at halfback for the Cats.
Spot on, Kel, as Tui goes across the half-back line to Smith, and then the long kick to the outer wing. Archie flies through, got a hand on it, spills underneath Atkins. His soccer ricochets off Cockatoo into the path of McStay. Brisbane back with it. McCluggage, hand pass to Bailey, under pressure, kicks across the half-forward line. McCarthy on the hop, hand pass to Fullerton, off to Charlie. Cameron's got it there. Kicks his second. A diving effort on the goal line, unsuccessful. And Charlie Cameron locks it up, but not before a score review.
Well, that's plumb, middle stump. You can check some, but...
I think the umpire's called touch. I think the umpire's call. The field umpire signalled to the video review that the umpire's call was touch.
It's going to be easy to overturn because Jack Henry has not got a tip on that until it's all the ball has passed all of the line.
From the naked eye, Mick, and we were right behind it, it didn't look like it was touched, did it?
It was a goal.
Decision on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
He's going to have to overturn it. The Arcs coming back with 4 points for Brisbane. A second for Charlie Cameron. They both come in the second half. Geelong 10-9-69, Brisbane 11-3-69. 10 played final term, scores a level on Grandstand AFL.
Cameron has done his damage, if you could say that, closer to 50 than he has from 10. So there's a lesson there. He's getting locked out. The closer he goes to goal, the further he gets locked out. When he comes up the ground, he can use his pace. The player on him doesn't necessarily manhandle him as much and just gives him a half a yard. And
I reckon he's taking him through traffic up the ground, losing him and then turning him around.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
So the last 3 goals in this contest all coming from the boot of a Cameron. Charlie Cameron, one either side of three-quarter time. And Jeremy Cameron, the first one in this quarter. So scores are level. We've gone 10 minutes in this final term. There's a scrap underway in the centre. Dangerfield's involved. Holding the ball, it'll be a free kick to the Cats. And Dangerfield will be rewarded against McCluggage, it was. He wrapped him up with those big bare arms, the bear hug. Danger keeps it low inside 50. It's a bouncing ball, trapping it beautifully. There was Hawkins, but the give cannot find a teammate. Charlie Cameron, McCluggage, back up to Charlie Cameron. He's going to get on his bike. He zigged one way, then he handballed out wide to Robinson. Robinson's delivery inside 50. It doesn't quite get there, in fact. Slews off the side of the boot. And Jack Henry, maturity beyond his years, fakes one way and then delivers down the line where close marks in front of the Reg Hickey stand.
He comes inboard to Cam Guthrie. 69 points each of 2, 11 and a half played final term. Short kick to Isaac Smith. He's had it on a string all night. Smith down that Reg Hickey stand wing. He goes long to half forward. Off the pack. Hawkins waiting out the back, but the ball beats him over the boundary line. He was all alone at left half forward. And a throw in 40 out from the Cats goal. How do you see it, Lingy?
Well, for Geelong, it's all going to come down to their last kick inside forward 50 because Brisbane have been intercepting the ball really well. For the Lions, if they do get that intercept, it's all about speed of ball movement. It's worked well.
Ford grabs it out of the ruck off half-back, kicks in the middle of the ground. Charlie Cameron spoils. It's clever. The ball comes back to him at ground level. Sweeping hand pass into the path of Fullerton. He slips over, gives it to Cockatoo, has a fumble. Atkins has got him. Superb tackle. Ball jars free. Fullerton collects, jams it on the boot out to the wing. But Jeremy Cameron at the drop collects, kicks across the back line. And Tui marks at centre half back for the Cats.
69 points apiece. We've gone 12 minutes in the final term. Tui faked the handball and then kicks to centre half forward. Pack flies. The big target was Danger. He follows up well, although it squirts out the side and it's been picked up there by Lyons, who kicks out wide. Going to ground there was Cockatoo, but he did a really clever flick onto McCarthy, who can wheel around and kick, looking for McStay. And McStay outmarks in a one-on-one over Tui.
Yeah, very impressive mark. As Tui had him covered, he really did everything right, Zach Tui. Just probably the ball carried an extra half metre and he just couldn't get back.
He's in form, Dan McStay. He's already booted 3 goals. He's just a step in from the boundary line in that right forward pocket. But he's on the right side for a left footer, and he's got the sparkly white boots on tonight. It doesn't get the distance. It goes right across the face. And De Koning takes the mark in front of Danaher on the last line of defence in that back pocket.
So De Koning off the down the western boundary line, he kicks to a pack, and in the end it's Close who gets across and knocks it out of play. So a throw in between wing and half forward for Brisbane.
The number 45, just doing the 1%ers. I feel like we've seen that before, Corbin.
That's right, Cal.
Scores level.
Not
14,
these days.
14 played, final term. Fort wins it down for Brisbane. No clean possession. Bailey darts through the pack, wins it. Hand pass to Starcevic, kick smothered. In dispute on the wing. Dangerfield takes him on. Dispossessed in the tackle. Bailey for Brisbane gives it to Archie. His kick smothered. Now he's tackled by Cam Guthrie. Ball comes out to Close. Hand pass to Stengel. Kicks down the boundary line. Parfitt and Andrews. And in the end, it's out of play. And there's a free kick, a push against Andrews, as he just shoves Parfitt as the ball goes out of play, and the umpire says free kick Geelong.
It's die for the footy type stuff here at the moment as Parfitt delivers and finds Hawkins. He floated across in front of Adams and got those strong hands in front of his eyes, and he's able to grab hold of that yellow Sharon, and he'll go back and line up for a handful tonight.
That's where a mistake was made on the mark. Andrews should have turned and bolted straight back if he's allowed to. I'm not too sure what that rule is now, if he's allowed to even leave the mark, because when that ball's in the air, Hawkins is so strong on one-on-one, the third player needs to come across, and Andrews is stuck on the mark.
670 plus goals. He knows how to kick them. He's at his favourite ground on a 45-degree angle. It sprays it off slews off the right-hand side of that right boot and misses to the near side. He's hanging it out to the right. It's an important point. The Cats lead it by 1.
This has been a real weapon, though, for the Lions all night. Their efficiency coming out of the kick-ins from full-back. They've moved it with ease. And
Rich out of the defensive 50. Long kick up to the wing, and Danaher takes an unorthodox juggled mark. He's got it anyway, defensive side of the wing. Cats by a point, and Danaher pulls a long kick to centre-half back. Zorko spills the mark, mops it up, kicks for Gardner. Stengel spoils, turnover. Cats at half-forward. Myers, hand pass to Stengel. Unguarded, goal square. He's off target, Stengel. Zorko desperately darting back. And just behind, Geelong now by 2 points. 16 minutes played in the final term, just a goal in the quarter either way.
And they're kicking to that Barwon River end where the stand is absolutely packed, the players' stand. And the Lions kicking to the northern end where it's been demolished in this final term. So Joe Danaher with the sit and the big fly as the defensive kick came out of the 50 zone. He couldn't take it. Patrick Dangerfield just extends the arm and helps Joe off the ground.
Yeah, he's got the spoil. Dangerfield's been doing all the hard things this quarter. All out effort, all out grunt. He just can't get any time and space and break the game open, but he's doing everything he can to get himself into this game.
Cats by 2 points. It's a boundary throw in at half forward here for Geelong. O'Connor, handball, Stengel, handballs out wide. Here's Dangerfield. Can he find Hawkins in the pocket? He does. All the Brisbane defenders turned around and looked at the umpire. They wanted the push. He had those big hands in the back of Adams. Adams has got his hands on his hips. He's shaking his head. He's saying, umpire, that was a push if ever I've seen one.
I think he was saying you're allowed to maintain your space. You're not allowed to create your space
Correct,
with a
Lingy.
push. He may have on that.
He's in the right forward pocket. He puts it on his left. And he's missed, just a narrow miss. He's missed by a whisker. So a couple of set shots for Tom Hawkins and a couple of behinds. 4 goals to his name tonight, and it's Geelong by 3 points with 8 minutes to play.
22 scoring shots to 14 Geelong's way. They lead the game by 3. Rich loads up, kicks for Fort, and the former Cat takes a towering mark at half-back.
He's been very impressive. Very impressive. He rucks well, he marks well. He's just got to make sure he doesn't think he's a rover.
He kicks it Into the man of the mark, takes a deflection. Dangerfield knocks it towards the middle of the ground. Here's Myers, tries to thread a hand pass through and does so to Bledsoe, to Cam Guthrie, to Isaac Smith. Hand pass for Buse, inside the centre square, gives it to Zach Guthrie. Polyphona-like hand pass out to the wing for Holmes. Kicks inside 50 for the Cats. Hawkins, last man in the queue, snaps, goals. Hawkins got one for the thumb. A bag of 5 for Hawkins. And the Cats are back up by 9. 19 played in the final term. 11-12-78. Brisbane 11-3-69. On Grandstand AFL, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
Well, these last 2 marks from Tom Hawkins, Mick, will create discussion all weekend.
Yep.
The clarification around the rule about the marking player able and allowed to maintain his space by just holding a player under the ball but not being able to create space by pushing. And we're just having a look on the replay, Mick. I reckon on both occasions, Tom has pushed an opponent to create space.
Yeah, I agree. And he's been a master at virtually for his career. When you look at it, even in the ruck work, he gets under the bloke and pushes him underneath. I think the umpires have got to be very careful that the backline play is always going to be done for holding. I reckon the forward generally gets done for the push.
Cats by 9 points. Dangerfield with a mid-air soccer kick out of the centre. Close got rid of his opponent. And then he handballed a little give and go. He's got it though. He's been crunched into the turf by the Brisbane Lions player. Short kick from Gardner. Out to Berry. Gardner, but rather it's Fort who does the soccer kick into space. Charging onto it is Tui. Handball's over to Jeremy Cameron, wants to wheel around on that preferred left. In the end, he goes the handball. A little give and go, and then he gets it back on the left. Close with the sit. He flew in the air, but he couldn't take the mark. And now the Lions, they've still got hope here. The exiting kick came to Lockie Neal, and he goes short to Fullerton. 6.5 to play, so still a lot of time to go. And it's Geelong by 9 points.
That thriller here last year, they came from 26 down, Brisbane, and fell 1 point short. They're chasing the game late here, down 9. The kick inside the defensive 50 to Answorth. Collects on the bounce, heads to Gardner, centre half back. His kick comes wide to McCluggage, who marks defensive side of the broadcast wing.
It's not a mark. He's just standing there because no one's coming at him.
I thought the umpire blew his whistle, but he took it on the half volley.
Yeah.
So McCluggage now heads beyond the wing to Andrews.
They're so exhausted, aren't they?
And the umpire was sort of saying, you can get him if you want.
Andrews straightens up, short to Jared Lyons. He puts it inside the forward 50, which is filled up. Charlie Cameron through the sky. Can't complete the mark. Follows up at ground level. Off the left boot. Tumbles a kick into the pocket. Rayner holds out his opponent. Cockatoo dragged off it. Rayner's hit the fat part of the footy. Rayner collects, chucks it on the boot. He's missed the whole set and put it out of bounds on the full from 10 metres out. No score, Brisbane. Geelong still by 9 points. 22 played in the last. And a clear goal-scoring opportunity goes begging.
That's remarkable. Shocking miss.
Shocking miss. Both teams are gone on their feet. As that ball went out in the full, I think there's still another 15 players just left over this side of the ground, just couldn't run. They're exhausted.
Cats are going to take it round the other side. So on the outer side, the Holmes kick was long. No one could mark it. It's picked off by Answorth. He kicks. De Koning up over the top. He jumped up the top. Almost, in fact, it was Bledsoe. Yeah, it was De Koning up over the top of Zach Guthrie in the end. Couldn't pull down the mark. Free kick. Goes to the Brisbane Lions. They send it into the pocket. Charlie Cameron's absolutely out marked there. He's the smallest player there and the easy spoil by De Koning over the boundary line. So it'll be boundary throw-in 5 around from the Brisbane Lions goal. And it's Geelong by 9 points.
11-12 to 11-3. Deep forward for the Cats. Blitzarves wins it down. Neal chucks it on the left boot. Has he kicked it? Not quite. Across the face, it floats through for a behind.
He was not touched at that stoppage.
Off the boot of Lockie Neal. 8-point lead for the Cats, 23 into the last.
Colin Jasny juggles it beautifully. He held his opponent, Archie, with his right arm. He juggled it with the left. And then the short kick to Dalhouse. So they're looking to build here. The Cats short to Cam Guthrie. Oh, he wants 50. Zorko was coming off. He looked at the umpire. The fans wanted it as well, but the umpire said no. So short back inboard to Dalhouse. They lead it by 8 points. 4 minutes to play. Dalhouse now goes for a bit of a trot and then delivers right on the 50. Defensive mark, Harris Andrews.
Well, Harris Andrews thought, I've been shoved out of the way a couple of times.
I'm going to do
I'll try it now.
And it worked.
Yeah.
Andrews back inboard to Berry. Wheels around and then delivers to Rich. They love the Sharon in this man's hand. 3 minutes 40 to play and Brisbane down by 8 points. Daniel Rich has got it in the back line. He's going to go straight down the corridor and Dalhouse almost picked it off. He tries to claim the mark. He's handballed it to Myers. Myers to O'Connor. Tackled to the ground. Somehow he worked it over. Now Blitzhalves has got it back to Parfitt. Parfitt with a high ball. They need a mark. Jeremy Cameron right under it. Well done by Gardner. Gives it off to Robinson. Hurries the kick. A 50-50 ball on the outer side. Atkins got it. Handball to Myers. Gives it off to Holmes. And now to Cameron. 55 out. Guess who's there at the top of the goal square? Stanley. No play on. Mark not paid. He looked like he was going to swallow it, Stanley. And so now it's still a chance for the Cats. Dalhouse has got it. He's got to go for home. Dalhouse for the sealer. No, they're still alive here, Geelong. They've got a pulse.
9 points the lead for the Cats. 25 into the last. You've praised them all night, Lingy, for their work on the kickouts.
Yep.
It's go time for Brisbane. And Rich goes long, straight down the pipe with that left-footed cannon as he kicks into centre square. And there's Rayner to take the mark. Brisbane will get it up into the front half. Hand pass to Fort. Kicks for Danaher. One-on-one with Henry. Henry, great spoil. Spills to Berry. Brisbane still with it. Hand pass over his head to McCluggage. Shakes O'Connor. Off the left boot. Ugly kick inside 50. Charlie Cameron out after it. Fumbles. Tries to regather. He's bowled over. Picked up by Buse off his knees. Geelong last line. Hands it to Guthrie. He's tackled. Dispossessed. He was held without it, said the umpire. And Zach Guthrie gets a controversial free.
Oh, he got hit and
That wasn't Zach Bailey, was it, who tackled him?
No, let's remember what happened last year, round 2. Zach Bailey was denied a free kick in front of the Brisbane goal and they lost by a point.
So Zach Guthrie earns a dubious free, goes long to half back, but Andrews chops it up. 70 out for Brisbane.
And he's got Mitch Robinson all by himself at centre half forward. He marks uncontested. What's he got? Gardner goes past. He ignores him. He goes straight to the top of the goal square. Danaher couldn't get his hands on it. Flicks it out at ground level. Berry with a clever flick behind him. Going one way, then the other. This is a chance for Zach Bailey, but it's been marked right on the goal line.
That's a game saver there.
Yeah, Kolajasny's had some big moments in this last quarter.
And that was a big mark right on the goal line.
He kicks to half-back. Andrews punches it away into the path of Neil. 45 out. Gives it to Cameron. Kick smothered by Parfitt. Spills down Brisbane's way. Lyons coughs it up. Hand pass to Parfitt. He gives it off to Atkins from the back pocket. His kick smothered too. Still in the defensive 50 for Geelong. Comes to Tui. Hooks across the body and Jeremy Cameron skids in to take the mark. And Geelong by 9 points now with 27 minutes travelled in the last. He goes short to Dalhouse, who marks against the boundary line. And it's all about ball control now for the Cats as Dalhouse goes long down the wing. Falling out is Stanley, no free, comes to Andrews, he's tackled straight away. Ball held in, umpire says ball up, 70 metres out from the Cats' goal at right half forward. Geelong by 9 points, 27 and a half played in the last.
Tossed in the air. Hawkins is there and he's happy to just get it down to Dangerfield, who sees it over the boundary line, and they'll reset here for another boundary throw-in. Cats by 9 points. 27 and a half minutes gone in this final term. Brisbane Lions have been so brave, but it's Geelong who can fire out the handball to Dalhouse. Dalhouse goes short to O'Connor, who's had on the job on Lockie Neal. He draws the defender, gives it to Dangerfield, back to O'Connor. Oh, now to Myers. Myers tries to dribble through the miracle goal, but Answorth is there to see it over the goal line. And Geelong holds its nerve for the second second straight year they punish the Lions. It's heartbreak for Brisbane. Geelong with the win by 10 points.
We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
So it was Geelong by a whisker. 10 points in the end, 11-14-80 to Brisbane, 11-4-70. Tom Hawkins kicked the last goal of the night to be the hero. He finished with 5 for the Lions, 3 each to Danaher. McStay, who led the way for Brisbane. It was level at quarter time. It was Cats by 9 at half time. Brisbane by 1 at three-quarter time, but Geelong got there in the end.
The greatest team of all, we are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
And it was the Brisbane Lions that just fell short of retribution. They couldn't quite exact revenge after what happened in round 2 last year. It's going to be a long trip home for Brisbane. And it means the only teams undefeated so far this year are Melbourne, the reigning premier, and the Blues.
The Mighty Blues.
The Mighty Blues, who've got the Gold Coast Suns up at Carrara on Sunday night.
What a terrific game of footy. Gee, it was a brutal game of footy, intense game of footy. And I think by the end there, both teams were out on their feet. They were cooked, and it was just a couple of moments where Geelong were able to nail. Now, I think there'll be a bit of discussion about whether those moments were legal or illegal. And they involved a couple of Tom Hawkins marks, but wow, a terrific game of footy. We're going to see lots of these two teams throughout the year being right up the pointy end of the ladder and involved in big games. Two very good football teams. Lachie Neale was superb for the Lions, I thought, with a heavy tag of Mark O'Connor. His work around stoppages were brilliant. He nearly pinched a goal down the Lions' end of the ground. But a couple of Geelong players also stood up big who've probably been a little bit maligned over the last couple of years, I know, from Geelong fans. Jake Kolodjasny being one of those. I reckon he had some massive moments late in that last term and really important to stand strong.
What do you think, Mick?
I'm very impressed by both sides. It's quite remarkable the distinct difference between the top sides and the bottom sides of the competition is just astounding. It's the ball movement, it's the cream at the top, it's the intensity, it's the precision under pressure to get the ball to a teammate and make something of it. These sides will no doubt feature in September. It's how far up the ladder if they can, either one of these in the top 4 at the end of the home and away series, you would not be. You'd be advised strongly to think seriously that one of them is going to take the grand final premiership because they've both got quality.
Remember, both Brisbane Lions have this horrible finals record. Went out in straight sets last year, the straight sets the year before as well. So they've still got that finals monkey on their back.
And they have, Kel, because a few of their players just don't fire on the big stage. And they've got to show they can. Lachie Neale tonight was fantastic.
Amazing.
Like he's had 30 opposition
11
tags.
clearances.
Danaher's got to be consistent, not a quarter and go, wow, look at me. Like Hawkins every quarter.
That's my only question, their forward line.
Yep.
Just finding that consistent avenue to goal when it's not working for one or the other.
That's it.
Nice Darcy Gardner and Harris Andrews cheering off Daniel Rich after his 250th game. And the Cats boys actually ran from one side of the ground to the other to make sure that they were there for the Guard of Honour as well, which is something the game does really well nowadays, to make sure that both teams are there to observe key milestones.
Yeah, I think players these days are so much more respectful to each other. The way they protect themselves is fun. Look, that was a hard game, but protect the head, protect the leg. They drive hard and they hit hard, but you're spot on, Coulton. They really do look after each other.
It was a wonderful exhibition of AFL football, wasn't it? It really was.
Fantastic.
You got your money's worth tonight.
And Kel, 11 and 11. I mean, one kicked 11-14, but there was only 22 goals scored, and yet we sat and watched some fantastic football play tonight with 330, 380 possessions. So don't need 400s. Mind you, that's still a lot of possessions for 11 goals. But people say, we need goals to make good games. I'm not going to say it's a great game, but I tell you what's the highest quality game I've seen this year.
Yeah.
And 11 goals scored.
It was a riveting game too, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Couldn't take your eyes off it because each moment and each contest mattered.
Well, Rayner kicks the goal down here instead of out in the full.
Yeah.
We're all of a sudden it's back in the centre square. You've got a dominating player in the middle of the ground. Who knows what takes place? So that's how far it went to.
I think this summed up the contest, Corbin. Mick started the contest sitting down, and by the last quarter he was standing up and swaying.
Well, I picked Brisbane, that's why.
The first 13 goals of the game alternated one way then the other. We had 5 lead changes on 5 different occasions after the start. The scores were level, and the greatest the margin got out either way was 15 points Geelong's way. And then as soon as it did, Brisbane responded with 4 of the next 5 to hit the front. So there was plenty in it. The second week in a row, Geelong come from behind at three-quarter time to win. A 10-point victory for the Cats in front of 20,505, which is a great crowd too, and a beautiful night in Geelong, especially given the fact that a quarter of the ground is missing. There's a big hole in the ground at the moment. So,
Corbin, you made a mention, you said something at three-quarter time. When Brisbane are in front, they don't lose. Is that over the last 12 months, is it?
Yes. So they were in... There's the one outlier is the final against the Western Bulldogs.
Okay.
But other than that, in their regular season games, they were 16-0, converting three-quarter time leads.
Yeah.
So they don't get hunted down too often. I know there was as slim a margin as you can have at three-quarter time, but Brisbane led by 1 at three-quarter time and ultimately lost by 10. 2-1 in that final quarter. I mean, you emphasised it at the time, Lingy, those Hawkins marks and the way that he goes about it. He's a bit of a throwback, isn't he, in the modern game? There's not too many guys that play the way that he plays, that sort of strong hold out the defender, but I'm sure that'll be emphasised, and you're on the money there about just how he deals with the defender.
And I've spoken about this before. It's been creeping, this idea that in a marking contest you can hold your ground, have your hands placed in their back and keep them there and then move away and protect space and take the mark versus creating space for yourself by pushing them out of the way. There's been a creep, and I reckon it's umpires thinking, well, we want scoring and it's okay, it's a mark and it's just body use. I think it's got to the point where there's some big shoves happening.
Yeah.
And I think on those occasions it was. Strength, absolutely, but they were pushes in the back. They weren't in the side, for my take.
And also, Lingy, when the backline player inevitably gets in a holding position, when both players are holding, the backline player generally gets the free kick against him. Then you've got to give the backline player some protection, if you like. If he's playing in front, and if he gets held out, he gets held out. But if he gets pushed, I mean, you've really got to reward that player.
Cats win by 10 points. Both teams are 3-1. The Brisbane Lions' first loss of the season. The Cats are heading down the race. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
Well, all of the Cats players have had to walk past Quinton Narkle and see him in a moon boot with the crutches, and all have given him a high five or a hug. That's a really nasty subscript to this night. It seems like it might be a crack in the leg for Quinton Narkle, which is just horrible for him. He's going to hobble over to the song. Brendan Parfitt is helping him to the song, which is a really nice moment. And they won't start the song until he's in there. He's in there now, and here go the Cats.
Hey, we are Geelong, the greatest team of all. Hey, we are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, and no more far away. I'm just flying high from those up that get in your park.
I think that was like the last 5 minutes of the game. They were all out on their feet. They had nothing left to give for that song. I think we're getting Mark Blickstaff, so I'll bring him to you as soon as he wanders over to us, guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. A 10-point win for the Cats. They next play Hawthorn, their arch rival. It's Easter Monday. That's next weekend, folks. The Easter weekend just around the corner, so Monday week at the G. Meanwhile, for Brisbane, they're on a much shorter break. They play Thursday night. 6 sleeps time up against Collingwood on Holy Thursday to start the Easter weekend.
And it'll take a bit to recover for both these teams because it was such a physical game, because they were completely exhausted. So really important for the Brisbane Lions to recover with that short break. whereas Geelong, of course, get the luxury of taking their time a little bit more with that. Just looking at it, Mick, how important that win is for Geelong, and I know we're about to talk with Mark Blitzarves, and I want to ask him this too. Paddy Dangerfield fought as hard, and just his desperation was there, but he didn't have where he broke out, and we saw him bursting out of packs in the normal Patrick Dangerfield. No Joel Selwood, and they lose Tom Stewart just before the game with Gastro. They're three key leaders. Tom Stewart's, I suppose, the heir apparent to the captaincy at Geelong. And they were still able to handle that with a maturity where players like De Koning and that really stood up. And I mentioned Colin Jasny before. Brian Myers, who I thought had some really shaky moments throughout the game, was massive in the last quarter for them and had some important moments. So there was a level of maturity from a lot of the players without key leaders either playing or having their best possible game.
Totally agree. Geelong hardly had... In fact, I don't know any of the team, either of the teams had passages. And to be a good football team, not everyone's going to be the cream at the top. It's the hard work done underneath. I know stats are very misleading at times, but generally speaking, when your time came, there was an interest to get the football or tackle the opposition or to stop the run, intercept the mark, punch the ball clear, whatever. Nearly every player on the ground contributed. That's what makes them so good. And you're right. Selwood, to me, I've been down here a few times and I've seen Geelong really, really trailing, and out of nowhere this bloke just drags him over the line. He's not there. I just mentioned about Dangerfield. But when you've got a Hawkins up the front end and you've got a Guthrie running around and you've got an experienced player like Smith running around, Henry just goes about his job without any ado whatsoever. There just seems to be the maturity through the side. I think Geelong, this game here, was as good a game as I've seen Geelong play in 12 months. Now, I know they've had massive wins last year, but this was against a quality side, unbeaten, and would have been knowing that they haven't won here since 2003. And to me, when the opposition come at you, and if you drop your guard, you know that they're going to walk away going, we beat Geelong at Geelong, so therefore we've got them. Geelong needed to win to hold that, I guess, that little hole they've got over Brisbane, but more importantly, everyone contributed because, okay, Hawkins kicked the 5 or 6 goals, but Cameron kicked the goal, was so important, the first goal in the last quarter. Stanley rucked okay, but intercepted a couple of times, which was so crucial at the time. As I say, Henry did the job. Yes, we know that Danaher got off the lead a couple of times, but by and large, I just thought it was as I say, that was probably the most business-like or working-like game that Geelong have played for a long time, in my view.
Yeah, and throw in someone like Brad Close again. He's only had 14 touches, but when there were 50-50 balls there was a hand in, there was a knock, there was a tackle, there was something. He was really influential as well and continues on his good form.
GU number 45 stick together then.
I had to get the mention in there, Corbs.
No, but you are right. He did some really nice things again.
He did. So I don't know if we can chat to him in a sec, but Mark Blitzarves as well, playing that role, that hybrid role again, where he started on the wing, he pushed into the ruck, they pushed Stanley forward, and then Blitz would almost ruck row for a little while, then he'd go back to protecting on the wing, and that sort of role. 22 disposals. I wonder how many tackles Mark Blitzarves had, but he seemed to just get involved in absolutely everything when the hard stuff was there. So 8 tackles, yeah. So that's a role where it's not, on a night like this, it's not breakout, unbelievable, I've had 30 touches and kicked 4 goals. But every one of those contributions add up to getting a 10-point victory against a very, very good Brisbane team.
I tried to keep count as we went tonight, and obviously we're calling, and I'm not the best scorer at the best of times, but I was counting the out-of-bounds on the full, and the only 2 that I can remember is the one right at the very start of the game. Geelong put it out on the full, and then Cam Rayner. Yes. Right at the end when he was having a snap for goal. Yeah. And usually when an interstate team comes to play against Geelong here, there's 6, 7, 8 out of bounds on the full, which shows the professionalism, I guess, of both teams as well.
If I had to say, we've spoken a lot about Geelong, but if I had to say about Brisbane, a couple of players who I expected to be better. Now, I know the game was a very tight game, but I thought Zach Bailey was an okay player. But he's got class written all over him. He should be now dominating a game to the point where players are going to worry about him. In fact, it was him last year, I think, that made that tackle. It could have won the game. McCarthy is good, but not as consistent as probably what he... And in fairness, they compared to the inside 50s, Geelong saturated the inside 50s. But I would have thought... So
Can I throw one at you, Mick?
Yeah, go for it.
I didn't catch if Geelong really held him well or it was just an off night. Dane Zorko.
So 9 and 2.
Yeah, 11 touches for the game.
Yeah. And I'll say this too: he got a couple of real cheapies running next to a player who could have also used the football.
And he's playing down back.
The creative half back. But Daniel Rich has had 24, so maybe Rich got freed up more this week. I couldn't get a great read on that, but it was a very quiet game for Dane Zorko's standards.
Yeah, but then you look at, say, Atkins, who is playing a similar, well, probably more a lockdown role, I guess, but Atkins, to me, a couple of years ago was an okay forward that occasionally did okay, then occasionally didn't. But when he went to the half-back line, he was outstanding.
It's been a great move, hasn't it?
I just reckon that he played a terrific role today.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Geelong winners by 10 points. Tom Hawkins kicked 5 goals, 3 to lead the way up front again for the Cats. He's with Tim Hodges in the victorious Geelong rooms. Hodgie.
Corbin, I must say I was struggling to get a cat, but when Tom realised that we got a chance to talk to Cameron Ling, he burst over and to jump on. Tom, that was an absorbing game of footy. Were you aware during it that this was a serious arm wrestle against another great team?
Yeah, obviously aware that it sort of ebbed and flowed. It was, ironic when you look back. I don't think any side really pushed ahead any more than sort of, I would at a guess say 15 points or 2 goals. So it was a real arm wrestle. It was, obviously against a side that we rate internally really highly, but I think the whole football world likes what they can do. So it was a really pleasing result for us. Particularly, we lost, Sava and Stewie late. So yeah, it was a really, really pleasing result. And hey, great to get back in front of our fans down here in Geelong as well.
What does it mean personally for you as well? Friday night, the big stage against another big premiership fancy, to play as well as you did tonight.
Well, it was good. It was great for us as a footy club, and I mean, the one of the guys upstairs there, my old captain and teammate Lingy, we used to talk about that, when I first started, and I was amazed at how much we enjoyed, or it was talked about internally, enjoying playing in the big stage, the big opportunity. It's a wonderful experience I still love playing. I was just telling Cam Guthrie, there's no better home and away feeling than winning on Friday night, and the footy world's watching, and when you play your brand and can play it consistently, it's great for the footy club. So we talk about being able to play well in big moments, and within a home and away season, they're as big as it gets.
Before I send it up to Lingy, can I ask one more? Just everyone walked in past Quinton and you saw him in the crutches and the moon boot on. Did you see when he came off the ground he was in so much pain? Do you have any latest on what it might be?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure that he knows either. I do know that, as you said, he was in a lot of pain. I went up to see if he was okay after Brisbane kicked that goal, because he applied, some great pressure in there, and I thought he was really, really good. Came into the side, obviously one of the late changes, and really had an impact. His game's in tight around the footy, being able to distribute and get forward. So it was nice to see him do really well, but then sad for us and sad for him that he's hurt his ankle or foot. So we'll wait and see. But he looked a bit sore.
Righto, I'll unleash the beast. Lingy, all yours.
Stop it, Hodgie. Hawkey, well done on tonight's performance. Terrific. I'll get the awkward one out of the way first. What's your understanding, just to clear it up for all of us, in the push in the back rule when there's a marking contest? The idea of maintaining your space versus creating your space with a push. your last couple there, the one you missed and one you kicked the goal from, did you think that was going to be called as a push, or were you happy with it?
Oh, look, I mean, they're sort of the Tiggy Touchwood and really hard ones to adjudicate. I mean, the push in the back rule is changed dramatically, and it's sort of ebbed and flowed to no hands to hands. So it's a really delicate one. But look, I'm not sure. As I said, I spoke to the umpires out there during the game. We talked about how hard the game is to adjudicate. Look, I don't know. I'd have to look back. In real time, it felt okay, but I know what it's like, particularly when you sit, you take front position and you sit in front and you're playing on big players. I mean, it's not that. Once you start getting moving, you're vulnerable in front, so it's quite easy to shift. So, look, I'm not sure. I'll have to look at them back, but yeah. Look, if that's the position I find myself in, I just got to scrap and try and create a contest. And I felt like I did it okay, but who knows?
No, fair enough, Hawkeye. Appreciate that. Speaking of making the contest, can you take me back to the third quarter versus what you fixed up in the last quarter? When the ball was going in plenty of times, 20 inside 50s, Brisbane were able to intercept mark time and time again. I think a period where you were caught on the bench was happening.
Yep.
What was spoken about at three-quarter time? What had to change? Was it simply make a contest, or was it structural?
Well, I think that there was... the nuts and bolts of it was that we needed to just create more of a contest. And actually, we saw it late. There was a few times where our keys got caught either too deep or stuck on one side of the ground, where Closey and Grind had to compete. Even Mitch competed a couple of times, just outnumbered, just bring the ball to the ground. So we structurally, we probably just lost our formation, to be fair, a little bit with a few things that were going on. But a mark of a good side is being able to just change those on the fly, and I thought we did that. We were more competitive on the air, and we were able to bring the ground. If we didn't mark it, we brought it to ground and brought our players at ground level into the game, who I thought were brilliant. Worked up the ground tirelessly, and then the hard role of then getting back at the feet of the forwards, or the key forwards, to either lock it in, win the ball, or kick goals. So I thought they were brilliant.
Speaking of those moments where a game could not be going perfectly, but then the ability to change it round, now as one of the certainly the elder statesmen in the team, you must be pleased with, say, Brian Myers had a couple of I'd say shakier moments early on in the game, but his last quarter was outstanding. Jake Kolodjasny, still a youngish player, had massive moments in that last quarter. The ability for those types of players to capture their moments and get you over the line, is that a really pleasing aspect of tonight's win?
Yeah, it was. Obviously, Grind's missed a bit of footy. For those that don't know him, he's a really, really intelligent player, sees the game really well, and when you play half forward, you can get stuck up the ground a little bit, and you find yourself in really vulnerable positions. Now, Grind's, I'm not sure what his sort of measurements are and weight is, but at times he's just to be able to just get a hand in and create the contest was great. But you're right, big moments we talk about a lot internally. You're right, Collar late, Closey being able to create a contest on the I don't know what do you call it, Samari's side, near the bench was big late. Reece Stanley late in the second quarter. Contest, ball at the ground, chased after it, tackled Neil, was really good. So, yeah, that stuff will be highlighted internally, certainly on Monday, Tuesday when we have a look at the game. Now,
I'm not allowed to hog you totally, Hawkeye, as much as I want to keep asking about 15 more questions. I will let Corbs have a go. It's all right, Corbs, you can take over now. I'm desperate to talk to Hawkeye more, but I'll step backwards.
Tom, obviously, next assignment is on Easter Monday, so it's a longer break than usual. How do you spend the days in between?
Yeah, it is a long break. A lot's changed from 2007 when I started, when there was not much on it at Easter time. So, look, it will be later in the week. There'll be a bit of family time. I think internally we might be doing some stuff just to celebrate Easter and the period of that time of year, particularly because we do have a few interstaters as well. So we'll do that over the weekend. I think we get Saturday, Sunday off, so I think you'll find a few players will probably, I don't know, maybe get down to the Big Smoke, go down to Melbourne. The F1s are on, so yeah, who knows? We might sort of try and get along to that. But look, we'll certainly just take stock, have a bit of a spell. It's important to take them when you get the opportunity to.
Sounds like you've already laid some loose plans to maybe get up there on Sunday.
I could run you through exactly what I'm doing.
He's a smart boy.
I'm not everyone.
We'll let you go, Tom. Well done again tonight. Congratulations on the win.
Too good. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Tom Hawkins with 5 tonight. It gives him 13 for the year.
See you Tuesday.
In victory for the Cats. Thanks to Tom Hawkins downstairs. Geelong by 10 points, 11-14 over Brisbane, 11-4. We've got the votes coming up in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Mick, what do you think of Tom's answer regarding the push in the back rule?
Very honest.
Yep.
I have no doubt that he must have thought at some stage, look, I've extended the arms, but this is an absolute fact. The more the senior player with the better club, if there's a line ball, the umpires, and this is not cheating. This is certainly not cheating. This is just simply human nature. You tend not to see the whistle or hear the whistle blown. If it's a young kid, unknown, bottom side, they seem to always get the rough end of the stick compared to the rubber, the lawn and the grass, and that's just the way it is. It's been through history. This is not Tom Hawkins. This could be, it could be Royce Hart, could be Peter Hudson, whatever the case is. If you cast your, well, you probably don't, but I remember seeing, I think it was Kelvin Templeton kicking 16 goals. He marked the ball 3 or 4 times to go from 9, 10, 11, 12 up into his 16th. Fair dinkum, he touched it and they pulled a mark. I mean, honestly, and there was certainly no marks. But umpires get caught up in the occasion. It was one umpire occasion, those things. So, but I will say this, we've already had a listener or two say something. I suspect that at some stage the umpires will have to sit down and say, is this a free kick? Is it not? So it's not only for Tom. Well, it is. This is to give Tom Hawkins clarity. Can I do it? Well, I'm going to get free. No, they've just said no. You're going to get free kick. Oh no, I can do it. Well, that's okay. Then allow every other player to do it. But I would say this is one game where you could actually look at 50-50s on several occasions and go, there was a ruck duel. There was a couple in the back here. And there's a couple of holdings. Let umpires analyse those and say, we're a bit, we should have let that play on, or we should have called a free kick. Once you start to set the agenda, you then got to run with that every game, not just because Tom Hawkins is playing. I've said all along that Tom in the ruck gets away with murder. He does push the player under the ball. Those two positions there, we see it. The umpires have got to declare it.
Well, and forwards. And because I didn't expect anything else from Tom other than always he speaks honestly. But a forward will always go right to the line.
Yeah.
Because that's how they're trying to be beaten by a player who's just trying to stop them and shut them down. And they'll go right to the line and they'll try that. They'll try and nudge. They'll try a little bit of a tug of the arm to get front position late. Yeah. And they'll do that until the point that they're called.
Yeah.
But
the other thing is too, Lingy, if I could just step in there, the ramifications aren't as great. You get away a free kick at the 50 or down there
as a forward.
Yes, it's got to come back a long way.
Yep.
You as a key back or a back, you cannot even remotely think you can go to the line because unless you are again a Silvani, a Bruce Dool, or someone who's been around for a long time, and the umpires just quite can't come to grips with. They just give you a little bit of laxity.
And it's the forwards' right to go to that line. Even the ones the crumbing forward, and this has got nothing to do with free kicks, will always err on the side of flashing past a pack and running onto loose because they're to score.
Yeah.
They're not there to trap it in and just defend and do all that.
Or miss it. Yeah, that's right.
They're there to score. So that's fine. Tom and all forwards can test that marking rule out, and they can test it and they can test it until the point they're pulled up and they know, okay, that's the line I've got to draw it at. I wonder if out of tonight's we get some clarification that says that's over the line and should have been paid a free kick. However, maybe give an example or two where there's been a bit of a leaning and a bit of a push, but not a full push, and we're comfortable with that being paid as a mark.
Your call is the most easiest to understand, where you said, what's the terminology? You said
maintain your
defend your space,
defend
or
your
create
space
it.
versus creating the space with a push.
And I think when you narrow it down like that, it's quite definitive, isn't it? So then it makes it easy for umpires. I think our game is just so hard to umpire because it moves so quickly and there's so much happening all the time, and it's three-dimensional. It's not just head on or face on. So there's so many areas, and you can't go to the box and go, I want you to check this free kick out. It's not an umpire's call. The decision you make is a decision you make.
We don't need the 3-minute stoppages to check a foul like in the NBA and things like that.
Exactly. And we don't want that. That's our game. The uniqueness of our game is instantaneous game, instantaneous decisions, accept the decisions and move on, and we'll discuss at the end of the game. And that's what we're doing right now.
We've got the votes coming up in the ABC Footballer of the Year. I can't believe, Mickey, you don't give the votes at all. I know it's been a long-running tradition now with the two of you on Friday night. What did you do with the best and fairest back in the day? Did you just abdicate all responsibility of the assistants?
What I did was we had X amount of votes. This is something I invented.
Yes.
Was instead of 3-2-1, I don't think anyone is 3 times better than you've keyed back Preston McComb, then stops say Jonathan Brown, but not quite good enough to get a vote.
Yep.
So you have X amount of votes, and you might give Presty 5 for being pretty good on Jonathan Brown, and et cetera, et cetera. So they all get a vote for playing.
And then
so it's basically the most consistent player wins the best and fairest under my whole thing, which I think they've all changed. They kicked out. They said it was stupid.
But to make a long story short, he still handballs it to me every time.
Quick sample size off the SMS. Jane in Albany, what a shame that those two really dodgy free kicks were paid, in fact, the free kick wasn't paid. Watching the replay, Hawkins' arms were fully outstretched, really poor in an otherwise good game. Dean says, talk about the Cats having 9 lives. I think they used all 9 in the last quarter with those decisions. Waddle in Broome, hey guys, I am with you, but in the back is a free kick. Wasn't paid tonight. Can't castigate umps because they're only human. Brisbane should have won. And this from Robin Montmorency. Feels like just Carlton fans are just infiltrating every broadcast at the moment. Sam DeConing is almost as good as almost as good a mark as his brother, the tape TDK, of course.
He took 2 beauties tonight. Took 2
I
rippers.
love the fact he just backs himself
in front of the pack.
Yeah.
We got about a minute, Lingy. Give us the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I'll be as quick as I can. Unlucky not to get more. And I've got to quickly say, even though we've been debating this, it's in the scorebook. So a certain bloke's going to get the 3 votes. I'll just give it away. 1 vote goes to Lachie Neale. 30 disposals, 11 clearances. Thought he was superb. Probably stiff he doesn't get 2 votes, but I just thought he was brilliant all night with a tag on him. 2 votes to Isaac Smith. That run and carrying a game that was so close, hard fought and tight. 630 metres gained. 29 disposals and 1 goal. And that does leave 3 votes. It's like the old cricketer who says, I don't care if it was a bad shot, don't care if it was a French cutter or anything like that. It's in the scorebook. It reads 5 goals to Tom Hawkins in a low-scoring, hard-fought win. So the Hawkie gets the 3 votes for me.
I'm happy with that, Lingy. 3 for Hawkins, 2 for Isaac Smith, 1 for Lachie Neale. Thanks for making the trip, Mick. I'll see you on Sunday at the MCG.
Looking forward to that game.
Yes.
Should be good. That'll be 1 more game clearer than their opponent, so it's going to be...
Big difference between 3-1 and 2-2.
Absolutely.
Yep, we'll see you then. Thanks, Lingy.
Thanks, Corbs.
Thanks to Kelly Underwood, to Tim Hodges, to Stu Baker, to Lauren and Craig, to Adam back in the studio. Signing off from Kardinia Park, the Cats home by 10 points over the Brisbane Lions in the latest chapter of this budding rivalry, AFLW Grand Final, to get us going to...
Meet Australia's mini acts.
What are you doing?
I'm just